the second National Conference and Exhibition 2023. Theme: Strengthening the Pharma Supply Chain, Panacea to Good Distribution Practice and Medicine Security. Under the chairmanship of pharmacist Olumide Akitayo, FPSN, former PSN President. Special guests and event panelists: Professor Moji Adeyeye, Director General, NAFDAC. Pharmacist Ibrahim Babasheu Ahmed, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, MD, SKG Pharma Limited. Pharmacist Bumi Olubeja, MD, Premier Pharmacy. Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐿𝐦𝐞, MD, Pharmatex Limited. Keynote speaker, Mrs. Azuka Okeke, CEO, Africa Resource Center for Excellence in Supply Chain Management. Plenary session speakers: Pharmacist Fadake Adeyemi, GM, Vasipharm Limited. Pharmacist Oladapo Lawal Shulari, Director, OPay Digital Services Limited. Chief host, Pharmacist Ernest Okafor. Date is Wednesday 5th to 6th July 2023. Venue: Marriot Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time is 9 a.m. daily. This is a hybrid event and physical attendance is strictly by invitation, while the event will be broadcast live on PharmaStream TV, YouTube channels for all the virtual attendees. Announcer: PWDAN CPC.
The Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, is a trade association of companies involved in professional wholesaling and distribution of pharmaceutical products for the benefits and well-being of Nigerians. Born out of the desire to ensure the integrity and transparency in the pharmaceutical supply chain by developing and sharing best practices. This prestigious group started in 2018 with 3 members, grew to 18 members, and in 2020 it became a national group when it was incorporated with a board of trustees that represent the major geopolitical region of the country.
My name is Ernest Okafor, current national chairman of Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, a body corporate formed 5 years ago by a group of concerned professionals with a desire to have a structured, organized, and a result-driven pharmaceutical distribution in Nigeria. This we intend to achieve through improving on our facilities to meet best practices in the companies and other stakeholders in the pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria. That is the manufacturers, the importers, the multinational representatives as our suppliers, and community pharmacies and other health facilities as our clients and customers. The association is duly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission and was inaugurated a year ago. We started with a slim strength, but the membership is growing. We intend to bring to the fore best practices in handling the products that best describe our practice and indeed healthcare. The tagline of PWDAN is ensuring pharmaceutical supply chain integrity. PWDAN is here to change the narrative in pharmaceutical wholesaling and distribution in Nigeria.
The association is a foundation member of African Pharmaceutical Distributors Association, a Pan-African organization inaugurated in 2018 in Lusaka, Zambia, with the objective, among others, to promote the advancement of health standard of the people of Africa through initiatives that develop and share best practices among member countries and entities. The global development paradigm within the supply chain in the pharmaceutical sector has made a tremendous impact that has changed the face of pharmaceutical distribution, the attendant distributions in the society. In order for us to be relevant in this era of uncertainty and disruptions, pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors need to define its importance in the rapidly changing supply chain landscape, and most vividly, in order to overcome these challenges, companies partners with common interests and objective need to become more resilient, collaborative, and network with other stakeholders and players in the supply chain. Collectively, they will be able to launch their entities, companies as a vehicle of progress and change. This necessitated the coming together of this group.
Well, PWDAN is a new baby, so to say, a new association that has come to life in the pharmaceutical space, and they're very much welcome. Before now, there has been nobody that we can officially say, representing the distributors and wholesalers in the pharma sector. So what the coming of PWDAN has done is to bring us to a position where we can now recognize and appreciate the fact that the pharma industry needs an association such as PWDAN for them to play a role in the whole pharma distribution chain, so to say. Before now, of course, we've not had anybody, and everybody has been doing what they like to do or what they have to do to get their products out there on the shelf, and also to our patients out there who need the products. We have the importers, those who are importing drugs into the country, manufacturers who are manufacturing locally at a level, and the next level is we have the wholesalers and the distributors in the middle, and then we have the retailers at the bottom end. And what we've looked at, what the industry has realized is the fact that we need to have these three levels with some sub-levels, to take care of the government hospitals and all the others. But with PWDAN also playing their role, which we see them as playing a role in the middle of that chain, it's a very, very, very good development. We can now have, an association to engage with, for them to also make their own contributions into how the policy, the national drug distribution policy, can be effectively initiated. Because before now, the policy is there, but nothing major has been happening all these years. And with what we've seen and what I've been privy to with PWDAN, I believe that they're going to bring a lot of ideas also into the whole pharma distribution chain, which is going to be very helpful because, of course, having everybody represented tells you that they would also be able to really emphasize and expatiate on their own area, their core competence area, which is the distribution of pharma. So that it's a good thing, and I'm sure the industry will be happy to have them, and the regulators themselves will be happy to have them.
The role we play at PWDAN, we promote good professional and interpersonal relationship among PWDAN members. We organize workshops and seminars that promote global best practices in the pharmaceutical supply chain. Members are poised to ensure compliance to regulatory requirements towards achieving set objectives. Self-regulation, a standard and well-established code of conduct are in place to control the practice within our member companies. Enrollment into the association is by corporate membership.
It's been a very good story concerning PWDAN, that's the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria. They have come to put orderliness into drug distribution services in Nigeria. Before the advent of PWDAN, what we had was unstructured drug distribution system, a situation where drugs are being sold in the market like common items like tomatoes and cloths and others, without regards to storage conditions, without regards to good drug distribution system. And you know that even in Nigeria, we have a national guideline drug distribution system in Nigeria that is not being respected, but the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria has come to put orderliness into that unstructured atmosphere of drug distribution system in Nigeria. What do I mean by this? Drugs are expected to be distributed from importers and manufacturers to wholesalers, and from there to direct-to-consumer pharmacies, otherwise known as retail pharmacy. And that's the structure that is well respected all over the world. But the reverse is the case in Nigeria. But PWDAN has come in such a way that we are beginning to see light at the end of the tunnel in terms of drug distribution system in Nigeria. There are few in number now, but we hope that the number will increase with time, and the unstructured nature, we can say bye-bye to the unstructured nature of drug distribution system in Nigeria. My expectation in the next 5 years is that they will continue to increase in number, and all of us within the pharmaceutical space will speak with one voice, and that one voice to say bye-bye to the chaotic drug distribution system in Nigeria. That's what I expect. I also expect that we will speak with one voice when it comes to our regulators, especially when it comes to service drugs that are not registered by any company but are otherwise very important to our healthcare delivery system. I hope that we'll also be able to speak with one voice. Both the importers, the manufacturers, the wholesalers, and even the direct-to-consumer pharmacies will speak with one voice to our regulators to make the process of importation of such service drugs easier and more available to the people of Nigeria, which we ultimately serve.
Our vision to build integrity in supply chain through collaboration, capacity building, and quality service delivery. Our mission: bringing sanity to the pharmaceutical supply chain while delivering quality pharmaceutical products to Nigerian populace. Our objectives: to protect, project, and harmonize the overall interest of PWDAN, to promote good professional and interpersonal relationship among PWDAN members, to foster, promote, and share best practices in the pharmaceutical supply chain, to promote the advancement of integrity and ethical standard in pharmaceutical wholesale, distribution, and healthcare system in general, to advocate and assist in the development of effective and efficient pharmaceutical distribution framework, to collaborate with other relevant stakeholders and distributors in healthcare system to enhance and improve the overall healthcare of the people.
Primavi is a retail pharmacy chain based in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. In my practice, one of the key processes is procurement. It's a critical control point in our quality management process. In procuring our drugs, we want to be sure that we're getting the right quality of drugs that have been stored at the appropriate storage conditions, timely delivered to us with minimal margin of error. In doing this, we get our products from PWDAN members. These are wholesale pharmacies that are supervised by registered pharmacists. I can sit down from the comfort of my office, from the comfort of my home, send in my order, have my order delivered to me within 24 hours without having to worry about the quality of the product, whether the integrity is intact or not, because we're sure their storage conditions are optimal, their delivery system is top-notch, and we get our products with all the integrity intact. I am very happy about this PWDAN development, and if we pharmacies, community pharmacies, all source our products from PWDAN members, that we will be sure that we're delivering quality always to the end user, our patients, our customers. Thank you, PWDAN. Keep up the good job. I'm very impressed.
PWDAN, ensuring pharmaceutical supply chain integrity.
an organization, a tech company that has stood the test of time in other clients. They are, you might call them a new player in the system, but they have been there to lay the framework in the financial institution and even in the supply chain arena. So I want you to be very attentive. There's a lot to learn. We are going to, in no order of priority, call on the IT company to teach us on how we are going to use technology to drive our processes in supply chain distribution. I call on pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 to introduce the first speaker. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Without much of ado, in planning this conference, we realized the relevance of technology in driving pharmaceutical supply chain. And on that basis, we sought for people who have knowledge as far as pharmaceuticals are concerned, and who also have knowledge in terms of IT. And I'll be inviting shortly to the microphone pharmacist Mr. Oladapo Lawal-Solarin. He's a highly adaptable sales and business development expert who has achieved success in diverse sectors, including healthcare, consumer goods, financial services, oil and gas, and fintech. I emphasize the word fintech. With extensive sales experience, Oladapo possesses a comprehensive understanding of the Nigerian business landscape and socio-cultural dynamics across the country. After earning his pharmacy degree from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2002, Oladapo began his career at Drugfield Pharmaceuticals. He later transitioned to the banking sector. So he'll be telling us a bit about the banking sector as well. And initially joining Guardian Express Bank PLC before serving as a relationship officer in the newly established energy group of corporate banking teams at both Guaranty Trust Bank and Zenith Bank. In 2008, he joined Stanbic IBTC Bank, contributing to their multinational corporate banking team and pioneering transactional products and services, including innovative payment solutions. Expanding his expertise, Oladapo ventured into the oil and gas industry, trading petroleum products and managing an LGP plant at Trifin Gas Company Limited and Petroleum Traders UK Limited. Prior to his current role at OP Digital Services Limited, he held positions at 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 Laboratories and Shalina Healthcare as regional sales manager for Lagos and West, as well as East and North region, respectively. Oladapo is a result-oriented professional known for consistently driving revenue growth, expanding market presence, and surpassing business targets. His exceptional leadership, communication, and relationship-building skills are complemented by his extensive knowledge of various markets and industries, guided by his belief that everything begins and ends with the numbers. He excels in delivering tangible outcome. Please join me as we warmly welcome. I don't know why I should call him pharmacist, but for the purpose of this program, I'll call him pharmacist Oladapo Lawal-Solarin to come and take us on the topic for today, which is the use of technology in driving supply chain excellence. I actually met him 3 months earlier, where he came to present to University of Lagos students, and he said a lot of interesting things, and I think that as we listen to him this morning, he will be saying some things that will be both disruptive and complementary. So I want us to fasten our seatbelts as I welcome Pharmacist Lawal to the podium. The topic remains the role of technology in supply chain efficiency. Please join me to welcome him once again.
Sorry for the interlude disruption. Please let's welcome the chairman of Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, Pharmacist Sorry? Okay. Pharmacist Lawrence 𝐃𝐚𝐿. We have invited community pharmacists and also our staff, the staff of PWDAN members, because we cannot do it all alone. We need skill acquisition, development to drive the processes in our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ikeja 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. I'll be taking us on the presentation, the role of fintech in supply chain management. I think I have to get my slides up. Okay. Okay, my presentation will follow this outline. Oh, I think I can't see it well. I need to get my notes. Excuse me. So, I need to get my notes. Yeah, I think I'll stay down. There's a notebook there. No, notes. Okay, I'll take us through technology as an enabler, talk about the understanding of the supply chain in general, which is slightly different, but similar to the pharma supply chain, then the role of technology inside, and the future of fintech in the pharma industry, pharma supply chain. While I'm at that, I will also take us through some businesses, some startups, and some companies that are doing well in this business and that we can reach out to. Okay, talking about technology as a catalyst, we know that technology is an indispensable force in our lives at the moment, and we use it everywhere for enhanced communication, for access to information, like our smartphone. Like the program we're having now, I know it's broadcast to people are watching it virtually. That is the essence of supply technology, what it has done for us. And we know with a click of our smartphone, we can run a program. A lot of people have gone into different industries. They have, we've developed, there are data analysts, there are software engineers that learned it on YouTube. You know, they didn't go to the four walls of university to do it, and they are doing well. Some of them are working in big organizations around the world. That is the essence of technology. It has democratized knowledge and access to everything we need. So, and it has helped us as well. It also streamlined tasks and efficiency, especially in your businesses. We know that you can actually know the number of products you are selling at a particular point in time, the number of sales you are doing, and in the health and well-being as well, which is also important because we are in the health business. You know that a lot of people use devices that monitor vital signs, smartwatches, fitness trackers, and etc. So in efficiency, in health and well-being, education and access to information and communication, this is actually important. We know we can book a ride from here, and you can share, you can optimize commute time on your app. On our app has everything. Our phone is actually a lot more important than we think it is. So, and this has happened through technology. I'm just trying to give us a superstructure of what I'm going to talk about. And some of the healthcare trends we've noticed is these are the 5 main healthcare trends, not in Nigeria, but generally on big data, on artificial intelligence, on virtual reality, telemedicines like the HMOs, remote patient monitoring. The HMOs use that as well. And a lot of businesses, which includes some community pharmacies and startups. And in Nigeria, in the tech health space, you'll find out that a lot of investments has gone through into businesses that are doing logistics and supply chain. There are a lot of companies that are innovating in the logistics and supply chain business. There are those ones that are also doing electronic health records, because it is important. What you cannot measure, you cannot really manage. So electronic health records is important, and a lot of people are investing in that. A lot of companies are actually going into that, and especially the inventory management software providers. You want to manage your business, you want to know your sales, your finances, you want to manage your employees, you want to know which product is fastest moving, which one is slowest moving. There are inventories, there are softwares that you can actually use for it, and they've been able to develop the economies of scale such that you just pay a yearly or monthly subscription for the software. Also, the payment solution. Actually, the business started. Most of the businesses start with payment. They try to embed it in payment. That's why you see a lot of fintechs, a lot of big fintechs in Nigeria right now. They're actually payment solution specialists. They include the inventory management solution. Some of them include the logistics and supply chain. The telemedicines, a lot of HMOs use it. And even your banks, if you have an issue, you can actually talk to a virtual assistant. No need to actually put a physical human being for simple tasks. So these are what the tech space is doing. And on the other side, it's talking about, especially clinical medicine, when you are talking about automation, when you are talking about dosage forms. They use all these nanomedicine, digital therapeutics, and all. These are things that have grown outside Africa and is in Nigeria to an extent. So, talking about supply chain. Okay, before then, I would like to talk about the financial inclusion business as well, because one of the great advances of the tech business is financial inclusion. As at 2020, about 40% of adults were financially included. And I know everybody saw what happened during the cash crisis. About another 5 or 6 million people were moved into the financial inclusion space. So you see that a lot of this, every one of us has to deal with, everything dovetails into finance, into money. So that was the fastest growing space in the fintech business at that time, as at now as well. But we are still including all the other ones, including the supply chain as well. So this is just, I saw BioFem chairman talking about the manufacturers, the wholesalers, distributors. This is just giving you an idea of the layers, how it is. Actually, supply chain starts and ends with everybody. And I see it every day. I know the pharmacist that is dispensing the drug at the patient counseling level. They tell the patients to manage the products well. But it's tough in Nigeria because the same way we distribute BUA and Dangote refinery Dangote products is nearly the same way we distribute our pharmaceuticals. You see a newly started pharmaceutical company, maybe located in Kaduna, for instance. When they want to distribute their product, they are going to take it to Mando Park and send it through the luxurious buses, because that is what is cheapest for them. The person collecting the products there is the same person. If I want to send a pack of coffee, a pack of Indomie, that's the same way they send it. And some companies that have been able to crack the supply chain business in Nigeria are especially the FMCG company. You go to Malumfashi in Katsina State, go to Kankia, go to Maradi, you see Indomie noodles there, you see Coca-Cola there, you see Guinness products there. So you see some pharmaceuticals too, because actually pharmaceuticals are trying, but the same way we move the products is the same way we move a carton of Coke. And for cold chain products and products like vaccines, they are susceptible to, not being qualitative by the time it gets to the consumer. But talking about the supply chain in Nigeria, it's from the manufacturer. The distributor is like the middleman of everyone before it gets to the consumer. They are the ones that buy in bulk. They are the ones the manufacturer first talk to. Even in the pharma business, the pharmaceutical marketing companies, the distributors are very important in their scheme of things. So this is the major chain. And the major points that are most important is warehousing and inventory management and information technology, logistics and transportation. In the video that was played earlier, the pharmacist in Port Harcourt said he buys from members of PWDAN. I was thinking that, okay, can't somebody, I know people are thinking about it, maybe in the future, somebody will develop an API, application programming interface, such that if 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 pharmacy, I want to buy from, say, Nemit, I should be able to click on Nemit and see all the products that is available there and place the order. While I'm placing the order on the system, it takes me to a site like a page, a checkout page. When I click checkout, you now tell me, are you paying with transfer? Are you paying with your card? Are you paying with USSD or QR code? All the payment solutions, all the payments, the digital payment processes are available in Nigeria. The only thing is that the market is not ready for it yet. People are afraid that I don't want to put my QR code somewhere, somebody will steal my money. Let me use my PIN. They are promoting contactless solutions as well, but people are afraid too. In fact, one of our staff nearly got lynched in Mushin because he went to withdraw from an ATM with a virtual card. Virtual card meaning that it was there, it was pressing something, and he was getting money. So people were feeling that Bobo Yahoo, people are here, people are here. But it is the product market fit. But people are ready, but is the market ready? And these are the outlook of the supply chain in Nigeria. Talking about logistics and transportation, which is key, because I send things via Waybill. You need to send. In fact, during the cash issue, we sent money to people in the village via Waybill. We Waybilled money to them because money was it was so bad. So we Waybill things. We Waybill drugs as well. Even when I was working as a rep, we put drugs in the cars for days, because that is, and even for us, how can we better do it? So these are the things we are thinking about, and there are people that are thinking about it, which I'll get to that point. Information technology is key. With the advancement of technology, we can be able to see ourselves. I can see your inventory. I can see your stock via my app when we interact with each other. And it has been done in such a way that it is cheaper. It can happen. It can be done just with a few writing of the codes. So it's easier. These are the challenges we have. The one I highlighted in yellow are the ones that are not really within our capacity. They are in the government capacity, the infrastructure. I'm talking about the general infrastructure for the movement of goods and services, transportation, customs and regulatory issue. And this one brings me to the point of lobbying, being in the presence of the government, which is an important part of, it's beyond the scope of my discussion, but it's an important part. I remembered when the new government came in, I saw pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Akintayo. I was very happy seeing him 3 days after, taking picture with the president, because that is how it's meant to be, and that is how we can get some leverage. So inventory management is something that is within our power. The ICT is within our power too. I know a lot of companies have data analysts. Some of them don't call them data analysts, but I know pharmaceutical companies now, they do have them. You need to know the data. You need to know your products. You need to know what you are even doing yourself, to know how much you are selling, to know how much you are making. I know you are doing it, but it can be done better and in a better manner. There are data companies that can provide data for you, even about your environment, and they are available, which you will see in subsequent slides. Security and theft, pilferage, I know it's tough, it's key, but ICT can as well can make it happen. I knew about someone that put some securities, some IT security devices in his business, and some of the staff started resigning because there's no way to pilfer again. So it helps. In fact, the fact that this is a CCTV premises will deter some people from doing some things. They will go and shoplift in the shop that doesn't have CCTV, you know. So, and the financial constraints too. I know it might not be an issue for some of us. We've grown into the business for a long time. But we need to reduce our transaction costs. So you can talk to, while you are talking to the banks, talk to the other financial companies as well. They are there. They've gotten funding from private equity firms, from venture capitalists. Those guys are ready to wait for 3, 4, 5 years till you grow. That is why the fintech activity, the funding activity is very, very high in Africa, especially in Nigeria, compared to other African countries. There are ways you can get cheaper funding from your financial institutions. So the successes, not to talk about the challenges challenges alone. Because of the challenges anyway, there are lots of successes, because a fintech in Nigeria will actually make more money than a fintech in the USA, because you have more challenges, more challenging things to work with. If you go around the country, you see a lot of agricultural produce lying in wastes. You know, farmers are doing their best to harvest, to grow the crops, but to transport it is an issue. But I can tell you that there are some agricultural fintechs that are working on that now in Nigeria. Some are working in some parts of some states in Nigeria, maybe with 2,000 people, 5,000 merchants, but over time, it's going to blow up. What we need, we know we have commissioners in all those states too, but over time, I know the government will take interest in it and it will grow. Technology adoption has been cool in Nigeria. A lot of FMCG and health pharma companies have adopted technology in their inventory management and payment solutions as well. For the e-commerce platform, we know about Konga and Jumia, although they've had issues in breaking even because of the peculiarities of the business here, but they've really adapted as well, and they are still here, you know. So manufacturing and industrial development is mostly government, but we can see what the EMSOs of these worlds are doing, the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, etc. A lot of businesses are, development of industrial parks, backward integration. You know, a company doing a company importing pharmaceuticals already has a distribution chain. You know, try to have all the parts of the production process. Public-private partnership is key, especially in vaccine and the cold chain businesses. It is the people in the private companies that are handling cold chain businesses in Nigeria are not much, and they don't have capacity for big warehousing. So we still need to partner with government. Infrastructure investment is solely government, but these are the successes. Nigeria is growing, and we are still the biggest in terms of the economy. That is why economy in Africa. That is why a lot of companies are coming around here to. In fact, about 255 fintechs are in Nigeria now, and some of them you might think they are much, but they've not really touched the. You know, we use this. There's this word that flies around in the last mile, the underserved, but a lot of them have still not been reached in terms of to feel the impact of their presence. So if you look at the commercial banks, then after consolidation, banks have come in now, Providus, Titan Trust, Sun Trust, and they are still making their money. They are paying their shareholders, meaning that there is still a major loophole, a major aspect of the country to be served. For the pharma supply chain, I would like to start with the fintech landscape in Africa. If you see for Nigeria, most of the companies there are mostly payment solution companies, because that is where the real money is. That is where the transactions are happening. It was only a few like Sabi. It's only a few like Sabi. Sabi is an inventory, is a supply chain company that helps businesses wholesale distributors to the retailers. Max, NG, and Move, they are more like the Uber for the big trucking companies. So those ones are there. But you know that most of the businesses are actually for the payment business. The payment guys too can go into, they have supply chain embedded in their payments, but it has to really dovetail into payment for it to be profitable for them. Hardly will you see a fintech that is doing supply chain for supply chain itself. But the few that are doing supply chain for supply chain, like Sabi, like Zipline and Co., they are there as well, which we'll talk about going forward. You can see a lot of them, few of them are doing more of health tech now, but most of them even cheaper. If you look at outside Nigeria, cheaper. Bima is into health tech, cheaper branch. Most of them are payment solutions and finance. So I don't think supply chain finance will be an issue, but it is the logistics that is the major issue. And the old players are actually pivoting into, they are having a fintech arm to achieve that. This is the tech funding deals as the penultimate week in June. You will see out of the 5 Nigerian equity deals, they are small deals for small companies. You can see SendStack, okay, that one is last mile delivery, business to customer. It's supply chain business. You can see health tech, there's health tech, the accelerator business, there is digital insurance as a service. There's still payments, most of them are still payments. The fast credit is commercial paper, is payments, and the salad is about payment as well. Most of them are still payment, but we can see that most of the funding activity is still in Africa. Some of these are small companies that might not serve you now, but they will serve the people that are coming around, and they are bigger. There are bigger ones also, anyway, which I'll talk about. So this is similar to the regular supply chain business, but what we have is, the healthcare facilities, the hospitals, clinic, they procure medication to fulfill patients' needs, but the major issue is the distribution, is how to move the product from point A to point B without the product getting spoiled. So most times when I do presentations, I like to look at my most important slides. I think this is one of them. This shows the product and money flow. And this is where, sorry, how do I point at it? Which one do I use for pointing? Which one do I use to point? Which one? Is it the first one? Okay. Okay, it doesn't point. Oops. How do I go back, please? No, I'm going forward. So, come on. No, go back. Previous. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, so this is the simplified money flow and product flow in the pharmaceutical industry, and this is where some of these companies, they are the regular logistics and supply chain businesses, but they've developed some fintech arm out of them where you can partner with to to even do inventory management solutions, because you actually want an all-in-one solution. You don't want to get an app here for inventory management, another one for supply chain, another one for finance and all that. Like, okay, let's start with Advantage Health Africa. I'm just using a few examples. For the insurance space, for the patients, they are within the patients and the consumer, the hospital. The patients will talk to them, then the insurance will pay the hospital. They are in the insurance space. 𝐃𝐚𝐿 is they are in the wholesaler space too, and Remedial Health. They actually digitize payments for customers and help supply the products. Okay, help supply the products. So this is an important company. It's a fiduciary data services. It's into supply chain. In fact, they were set up to do supply chain finance. I know some banks do it too. The person that runs the business came from a bank, but they actually work with supply chain. The way it works abroad at times is that you need to get the funding for the supplier and for the person that is off taking it, like the retailer. So they work with both ends, and they are here. They work here. When the hospital pays the wholesaler supply goods, the wholesaler needs to pay the brand owner. They need fiduciary data services here. SpeedAF is they are like GIG, like UPS. They deliver goods to different parts of the country. In fact, some pharmaceutical companies have taken FedEx up to do their supplies, and actually they are trying in terms of the fact that they've been able to get some cold packs if you want to supply vaccines, because they know about it, supply vaccines and anti-sensitivity discs and co. So FedEx too, they are here. They are with the contract manufacturers. Like when the brand owner is paying the contract manufacturer to manufacture for them, FedEx is here. They can move large products. GIG is a good example, because GIG, they have a lot of customers in Nigeria. So at a point, they wanted to have an app that will be doing payments, aside from the way OPay did in the past, where you can pay, they are working on it. They have somebody that is very IT savvy now, I think the present MD, and something will come up from them very soon. They also they do payments. They want to be doing payment fulfillment aside from, they just need to get the license anyway. Payment fulfillment aside from, when you want to send goods from point A to point B. But most of this sending of goods from these guys too they are still using our roads. If our roads networks are not good, if our where the bus parks are not good, because they are going to, most of them don't deliver directly. Depends on the payment, but they have the capacity, and they are all over the place. They can be here, they can be here, they can be here. So they have there are lots of discussions they are having with a lot of fintechs. GIG, SpeedAF, they are integrating with fintechs at the moment, which I know about. Even UPS, MDS is a major one too. I learned that some fintechs are actually coming to set up warehousing in Nigeria, so they are going to be here too. MDS actually is a warehousing component for a lot of businesses, a lot of pharmaceutical companies. So for MDS, they are fully here. They are not movable anyway. But for people like SpeedAF, they can work with from the wholesaler to the to the pharmacies and the hospitals. So this is how it is. I think I've spoken about all of them. Drugstock too. They fulfill orders. They can help deliver, send through any of these guys. So basically, that is the money flow in the pharmaceutical industry. Where the products goes, the money flows backward. And these are some of the names that I don't know if maybe the organization can talk to them as a body. It will be cheaper when there are more people that are signing on to it. I know everybody has their ways of delivering their products, but these names are some of the names that are looking after all these parts of the product flow. So for the vaccines pharma supply chain, is supplied. The vaccines are essentially those that are temperature sensitive, as we know, and it's a major issue of collaboration. There has to be collaboration with the government to really achieve this. The central medical stores in Nigeria are not many, and they can be more. Some of them are not really functional. I've been to a couple of them, and vaccine storage is tough in Nigeria, but there are companies that do it. They what they call sachetization of vaccine storage, like the way they do polio, because you find out that how do we vaccinate our children? People go around with the little they have. They actually, those things are very expensive, but they've been able to produce it in large numbers. I think that's what we'll still do until government bails us out. Because of storage facilities. I know somebody's going to talk more about this. These are the challenges we have there. There are human resources challenges. I don't think we have people that are actually, aside from our other speaker today, that are actually specialists in, vaccine storage in itself. We do all the storage there. We get some cold refrigerator for our vaccines and our, insulins and co. Financial challenges too, because to build a warehouse for vaccine storage in Nigeria alone is tough. So it has to be with government. So let us partner, let us visit Sanwo-Olu regularly, and maybe something can be done. So the other one is infrastructure. Okay, that's government. Then policy and SOP. Inadequate storage facilities, as I said. So those are the problems. Then role of technology. I have to talk about the supply chain visibility. Technology enables real-time monitoring and tracking of goods. You can track your goods. In fact, there was I needed to drop it. There's a partnership between OP and Guinness where we are able to integrate our payment solutions. They want to get their products to all the last mile, and they don't want cash. So even with people like, there are some pharmaceutical companies too that we have been talking to about that, likes of Green Life and Co. What they want is that I'm a sales rep in Bariga. Maybe I sell cigarettes for BAT. When I go to the malam at the corner shop, I don't want to collect cash. The person will pay into my device, either through card or transfer. As it transfers it, you see it directly at the back end in the office, and I can't withdraw the money. So the risk of your sales rep going home with the money is not there, and you can actually. In fact, some of them, like UAC Food, UACN, they have like 4 to 5 SKUs. It's going to be printed out as part of the POS printout. So as soon as it's printed out, it's seen at the back end as well. So you know that 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐿 sold 10 cartons of pure water, bottled water today, 5 cartons of gala. Everything is you are seeing it immediately, and I can't withdraw the money. The only risk there is that probably the guy chooses to collect cash on his own. But of course, you can advise your distributors not to pay cash in some instances. So basically, enables real-time monitoring, and some of them even, the FMCG companies over time, they've been able to develop the SFA, the Salesforce automation, where you can geotag your location and co. Some of them are doing it with some fintechs now. That while is working at in Ekiti State, I want to know what part of Ekiti is working at each point in time, not to monitor, but just to know where he is. It's like a GPS as well. Fintechs can do that. Even the payment techs can do that. So it is one of the solutions that you can get. Real-time monitoring of goods, shipments throughout the supply chain. It helps more of the bigger pharmaceutical companies at our level. Is just to integrate with the inventory management. If you have salespeople, you can actually integrate your system with them such that they can receive, while they are receiving the payments, you can see it on their app. The app will be locked in such a way that they can't transfer money from it. And they can see it can even break down the inventory. You can monitor your employee, manage your businesses very well. the inventory management is, what I've been talking about too, reducing stock out, overstocks. Some companies like 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐿 are there already that are doing that, store harmony. A lot of companies are now going for inventory management for the pharma business, because inventory management for pharma is more technical than the inventory management for FMCG, because you have a particular product, an amlodipine brand that has different brands, different sizes, different expiries. These inventory management solutions can capture it. I know you use different inventory management solutions already, but you can talk to them, the people supplying that, can they tweak it better? So because it's just to write some few codes and probably scale it, although it might cost you it might be an extra cost. So the inventory management solution will be designed specifically for big businesses like yours, big retailers and small businesses. So we have barcode scanning already, sales tracking, purchase order, and real-time inventory updates. As I was saying earlier, somebody can be here and buy from any member of the PWDAN and be able to view the inventory and choose the products at just online real time on his own system as well. It can be app-based and it can be web-based. Digital payments and financial inclusion. Fintechs are facilitating digital payment solutions, enabling secure, convenient transactions. Transactions are more convenient in Nigeria right now. Actually, the banks are trying. The fintechs are actually meant to complement the bank. That is the essence of the CBN liberalizing the license for the mobile money operators, because the banks cannot, about 27,000 branches we have in Nigeria. Banks cannot be in everywhere. There are some areas that you have only one branch in the state. So the POS guy next to you is meant to be like the bank in that society, to ensure that they promote financial inclusion. And over time, it's just because the way Nigeria, what the market is taking now, basically in places like Asia, they don't use POS machines anymore. They are expensive. They're expensive to maintain. They break down. So it is P2P. But we'll get there in Nigeria. The fintech space is ready for that already, but we are waiting for you to be ready, the consumers. So digital payment solution, wallet as a service is what I talked about in terms of employee solutions, employee wallets. I'm a staff and I go out to buy product, to collect money on your behalf. I can collect here. The big stores, big supermarket chain and eatery chains like Mega Chicken have it already. They have it for their delivery guys and co. So then online payment gateway. A lot of the businesses here have websites. Like I know that 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 and co. A lot of businesses have websites. You want people to pay on your website. You want people to buy on your website. They can buy a product on your website. They'll go to a checkout page. It's an easy thing, in quotes, for the fintechs to do for you. They can, when they click on checkout, it would redirect them to the name of the fintech, like OPay. I'll mention like OPay. If you don't want OPay to show, I don't want to associate with them, they call it whitelisting. It won't show you our name, but you will pay extra. So those kind of things are good to a lot of companies. When you are buying online, that's what happens. When you are paying for tickets online, that's what happens. Online payment gateway is available. So a lot of all these businesses, Flutterwave, Paystack, they are good at it as well. So for the supply chain financing, these are the smaller players. I didn't want to include the banks in this stuff, but you can talk to the bank. You can there are a lot of supply chain financing companies in Nigeria. You can renegotiate with your banks. Although I know some of you are very, very cash rich, a business has to get to a place where, before you get to a place where you enjoy spontaneous financing, meaning that like Nestle, I'm Nestle now, all the funding of all my stock for the next 6 months, some people have already paid for it. My distributors or my retailers have paid for it already. So they don't need a bank. They have money. They can even place their money and invest it before the money comes in. But before then, you will need financing. Financing is not bad in itself. And I know you have capacity, and you have capacity to negotiate. I doubt if any one of the members of PWDAN is paying much for bank charges now, because you will have negotiated over time. But you can continue to negotiate, talk to them. Even every bank has an e-banking. They have a fintech arm, so you can talk to them about it. Continue to engage them. Don't leave them alone. Don't leave us alone. So fintech tackling issue of supply chain. I think. Inefficient transportation. This is just talking about the problems. So then, okay, these are some of them. I'll start with Zipline. Zipline is a company that are into drone technology. They are in Nigeria right now, but they are still trying to go get into the market. They have people working as government representatives in different states, Bayelsa and co. But in Rwanda, they've partnered with the government. It's easier. It's a one-man something with Kagame. They use drone technology to transport goods to regions where regular, mountainous region with bad topography, they transport their goods there. It worked very well in Ghana as well in the COVID era, but in Nigeria is a tough one. They have to do a lot of work with the government for people to allow drones to be flying above because in some areas to do vaccination is actually tough. So they are there already. In America, they are functional. In Nigeria, they are trying to design another mode of operation because drone delivery might not work. We are not at war, and we don't have regions that cars might not be able to go to. Sabi is they are a provider in enabling infrastructure. They just raised another about $100 million and equity funding. And in fact, recently they were employing people for health, people that will manage the health business in terms of supply chain. So you see people coming to you very soon that, what can we do with you? I'm from this particular fintech. Don't chase them away. You see more of fintech people in your lives in recent times. The reason why fintechs are here is because they are more nimble and mobile. They can get things done faster. Not that the traditional banks have their way, but they can't do everything. So that's why fintechs they are here to complement them. Kobo and Max NG, they are like a platform for ride-hailing services for truckers, people that want to buy trucks for their business. If you want to get, for some of us that do supplies, you might need to talk to some of them too. They can give you the assets at a good rate. If not, you can talk to your bank and compare pricing. So these are some of the guys we have tackling supply chain issue, basically in Nigeria. Pharmacy business review. You need data for your work. So Pharmacy business review is a company that does something like that. You need to data visibility. You want to know what is happening in your environment. You want to know the number of although we have some of those data, number of retail pharmacies in Nigeria, number of the ones in a particular part, depending on what you want. There are companies in Nigeria too that can actually give you the data you require at good rates. Statistical modeling, visualization, data technology, for you to do research, to know you want to go into a business in a new state, in a new environment, you want to do you've done your visibility study, you need support in terms of data. These guys can assist as well. These are some of the roles of technology too. Automation and robotics are more on, dosage form. They are more important in the health institutions as well. And cloud computing. You can place all your information safely in the cloud. You can place it offline in the cloud where it cannot be hacked or like that. So for future of fintech on pharma supply chain issues, we need collaboration, regulatory support, and active participation of stakeholders. This starts from here, the kind of meetings we are having here, active participation from stakeholders, collaboration and regulatory support. I saw the NAFDAC chairman NAFDAC head as part of the people we are collaborating with. These are important. I know there are lots of technical groups in pharmacy, and it's specifically there to ensure they hit the right points at the right time. So collaboration is key for supply chain because a lot of them are beyond us. So here are some of the key aspects that could shape the future of fintech in Nigeria. Supply solution. One of the major issues of pharma supply is the issue of conveying pharmaceutical products in a qualitative manner, because there's no special attention, as I wrote here. The same category is being transported, the same category as a carton of milk or drink will be transported, because there's no special attention. That has to come with collaboration with government. Fintech companies can develop effective and efficient method in transporting pharma products like this. It has to be done with collaboration with government too. So that's why, there was a time the ride-hailing services were dropped because a lot of the government that time could not, a lot of issues where a lot of things they use for their word and their word support, their support to their constituents was within that ride-hailing stuff. So it could have been easier. We will know everybody riding Okada in Nigeria. We'll have their BVN, we'll have their NIN, but there are fintech companies that is going to go into that space. I know guys like GIG can actually pivot into that space better than everyone because they've had collaboration, the Peace Mass Transits and co. So we can collaborate with them too as a body. They are open. They have younger people working with them now that are tech savvy. So because it requires huge capital, the government has to come in. The digital payment solutions is there already. You can decide. A lot of companies do bespoke solutions for you. They can specifically for the business. They can do different solutions that you want that tailor to your needs. You can say, I want to be seeing this particular payment from this part of my business in this form. I want to be seeing this in this form. They can do it for you. Supply chain financing through digital. There are digital lending platforms that do it. Some of the fintechs, some of you that are collaborating with fintechs already, some of them can actually avail funds to you for working capital, procure inventory, invest, and co. So fintechs also leverage on data analytics. Data is key in Nigeria. We don't have a lot of data, and a lot of data we have, they are separated with each different body as their different data. The people with our passport, the people with our driver's license, people with our NIN, BVN, it's not in one place. So we can actually, fintechs provide this platform. They can aggregate all your data for you as well, whatever you need. Those are the inputs for you to make informed decisions. Regulatory compliance. We can also help by integrating compliance protocols. I don't know what's happening in NAFDAC, but I know that there will be some IT input in their businesses now. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, the number of importation, the number of drugs coming into the country, it can start from the port through NAFDAC. So through regulatory tool, we can't just go to NAFDAC to request something. I think it will come from the stakeholders in the business. They will now say, okay, let's talk to these IT guys. Let's see if they can do it for us. Collaboration and partnerships, this is key. It is good that the body here is collaborating already, so I don't think I can say anything much than that. Pharmaceutical manufacturers, the distributors and regulatory agencies, we need to collaborate more. We need to have this kind of meetings more anyway. In addition to that, no one fintech company currently provides that solution. Sincerely, no fintech company in Nigeria provides solution for pharma supply chain in itself. So the ones that will do it will get a major breakthrough in this business. So I think in conclusion, the summary of what I'll say is that there are lots of things the fintechs can do. Just think about it as it comes to you, say it, reach out to them, they can deliver it. But for the supply chain business, for it to be effective, we need more collaboration with government. Technology also has empowered us to overcome a lot of logistics challenges over time, and we can have that competitive edge if we continue to leverage on technology. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just sit around because I know there will be a lot of questions to be fielded. You agree with me that he gave a good digest of this topic. I will try as much as possible to summarize his paper, and I know we have quite a lot of questions to come. He tried to give us an overview of what technology can do in supply chain management. Talk about cash management, delivery issues, challenges, infrastructure, transportation, custom and regulatory issues, inventory management, which is key for us. Then you talk about ICT helping in deploying ERP in our processes, which eventually help us in data analytics. He talked about use of technology to drive security and theft in our operations. Today, CCTV deployment is part of our SOP to curb a lot of, even in among the government policies now, there are certain places you go, your vehicle can be picked for one infraction or the other, and fines are given to you, including your insurance papers. Once it expires, within 24 hours, they give you a ticket. It has already started. The other one is quality control in our operations and finances. He talked about successes that come with this, that technology adoption in many sectors of our economy. Talk of agriculture, he talked about the pharmacy we are in, and so on. And of course, e-commerce, which is gaining ground. Manufacturing and industrial development is key. Without technology, you cannot move. He equally talked about public and private partnership, especially in the area of cold chain. We discovered that the government cannot do it all alone. We are still battling with vaccine manufacturing and are partnering with the private. During the COVID era, when the COVID vaccines were imported, it was still one of us that moved the vaccines, distributed the vaccines for the government. Then he spent some time on cold chain, although it wasn't his decision yet. He gave us a glimpse of what we are going to expect in the next diet. He talked about warehousing is key, that government can equally not do it alone and are partnering with the private. That Nigeria is still a working document, work in progress, and that has thrown a lot of opportunities and challenges. But there are more of opportunities than challenges. So it's a food for thought for those of us that want to travel out, that even those people that are traveling, that are out, are coming back. Somebody made a very silent discussion last week and said he's not averse to people traveling. But be that when you travel, you are bringing something in, and you cannot come back as an analog person because that side is already digitalized, and you cannot thrive if you are not digital savvy. A lot of gaps that need to be filled and harnessed. He talks of he gave examples of Africa's and the place where technology is playing part in the fintech landscape in Africa. He gave us about logistics, in finance, and even in the pharma supply chain. I will say here that PWDAN belongs to ABDA, which is African Pharmaceutical Distributors Association. And one of the things we are talking about there, how can we use technology to bring together African players in pharma industry across Africa, including regulation. Then he talked about that you shouldn't look at what he projected, that the young shall grow, that your business today can be one of those that you are celebrating today as big brands. Then he talked about that using a simplified product and money flow in the pharma industry. Like I said before, he again went into vaccine supply chain, need for collaboration, and the challenges in vaccine storage. That he dwelt again about our limitations. Somebody by my side talked about power. We are buying from the same market. So it's a food for thought that even the fintech companies are having issues. But it's a discussion for another day, because deployment of solar system, abundant sunlight we have here, we are not harnessing. Fintech solutions to supply chain issues, there are a lot they are going to bring to our table. Are you ready to embrace it? He thought of supply chain visibility. It's going to give you good visibility when you go into that. And he mentioned some of the companies. Unfortunately, he did not mention yours truly as one of the people that are deploying his own device. That the days of bullion vans will go very soon. As the companies are going cashless, you too should be equally think how you are going to move monies. He talked about real-time delivery as one of the benefits of embracing technology and fintech, to use it to having using this system integration. Once you integrate it, you'll be able to help you to have a real-time. In most of the, discover that in most institutions that you do procurement, OTD is very key. On-time delivery is very key. I mentioned that when I ask you to give me water, which most of us are in the service industry, as far as hospitals are concerned, a patient needs medication. Give me water. Okay, I will give you. And you bring the water in 5 days, 7 days. Have you solved the problem? So real time is key in supply management. Now to talk about the inventory management, a lot of gaps are in that area. If you have not digitalized your warehouse, there's big need for you to try and do that. Talk about digital payment and financial inclusion in our operations, enabling companies to secure transactions that they render complementary services to the banks as fintech companies. He talked about the pitfalls they are having and issues they are having to get that inclusion that has to do with central bank policies. Then he talked about the e-commerce and online marketplace, which, if you don't play it now, you will stand to go into extinction. When you're talking about BRT, no, it can't happen, it's not possible. I'm always on our roads today? Definitely not. We saw painted yellow taxi cabs. Are they operating today? They're operating in very low key with rickety vehicles. Today, Uber has taken over, and so on. So you need to join the train, otherwise you'll be left at one bus stop. Supply chain financing is key. A lot of fintech companies have approached us, asking us to give them our customers so that they'll be able to engage them and leave financing off their shoulder. They will finance their stock inventory through us. Avail yourself of that opportunity as they come. He said, talking about tackling logistics issues is equally on their purview. Then he said you shouldn't blush. You can't petition these companies that are, if you call them disrupting the system, they are actually coming to take the space and equally give us the services needed to drive our processes. He talked about having a lot of morals, especially in the area of data analytics, that is key in supply chain. I represented this association at the conference last year in Dakar, Senegal. And they were projecting, just like he projected some analytics of the performances of some African countries here. When it came to that of Nigeria, how talking about what is the turnover of pharma distribution in Nigeria, they made a dash on Nigeria. It was like, let me carry my head and dip on the floor. And I now went to the person who delivered that paper. Why did you put a dash on Nigeria? He said there was no data. And we asked Ikeja, why? They said, well, that the practitioners are shying away from releasing their data for them to aggregate. It's a food for thought. The other areas, they talk about collaboration. Unfortunately, we started that last year. And we are equally continuing this year. We cannot talk about supply chain integrity. We cannot talk about supply chain, need for supply chain in medicine security without collaboration. Collaboration with the stakeholders, collaboration with the regulatory. And we rose from this meeting last year to say that what we need to do is for us to have a workshop where all the stakeholders will sit in one room and chart a course, rather than this rat and mouse chase we are doing as far as distribution is concerned. He talked about that they are here to give total supply chain solution, that the future of fintech in Nigeria is talking about the digital payment solution, talking about supply chain financing, talking about data analytics, regulatory compliance, and collaboration and partnership. This is the much I could be able to adduce from the much documents he has shown out today. I know you have equally put on some of the documents, some of the points for you to ask questions. It is now for you to now raise your hands if you want to ask any question, but please limit it to 1 or 2 minutes so that you'll be able to get the substance of your question to answer. I now, okay, he's here. Quickly, can we have hands? Is it well delivered? Are there no questions? Definitely there must be questions. And he told me that if we don't ask him questions, he's going to ask us. Okay, I have one question for you, please. Come on. The major, I've been telling people when this wave is coming, I said that the rain that is falling does not discriminate on the ground. We are spending so much money to build infrastructure. I'm sure there's one of the things you talked about, the limitations we are having. How do we mitigate it? Because you cannot drive technology without power. You cannot build warehouse without the ambience environment to store this, because the person that is coming to talk on cold chain, we cannot refrigerate our products, all of them. So what will fintech do? What is the behind it in your own case? Because I have this thing of equally interacting with some of the fintech companies. Are you breaking even in the huge investment you are making in the country?
Okay. About breaking even. Okay. Yes, we are. As at January 2022, January in Port Harcourt, I was having a presentation in Port Harcourt then, and we had 18 million users. As at last week, we had about 36 million, 35, 36. During the cash crisis, like he favored us, we were thanking Emefiele. We grew to 30 million. For our merchant acquiring business, we started the merchant acquiring business. Okay, I'm talking about my company. We started the merchant acquiring business in Nigeria in OPay. We started it in 2021. And before then, the financial inclusion business, we have the highest number of, in all the 776 local governments, there's no place you won't see an OPay agent. And even aside from the agents, we've been able to create jobs as well, because some of the agents have 2 or 3 places and they are employing. And out of the agents, we have about 44% of them are women. So we are creating jobs for women. Aside that, we are, I can't be mentioning our net profit, but we are making money. Most times when any fintech comes in, raises money, before you raise money to the level of Series A, Series B, like seed fund, they now advance you like 4 million to start. Then before you get to the 400 million kind of money that we raised to become a unicorn, you will have been able to establish we are in different countries in the world, in similar markets like ours, in Pakistan, in Egypt, in Colombia, places like that, similar market like ours, and we are making money. The ones that are not making money too, in the fintech space, there is also mergers and acquisition. You see Stripes acquiring Paystack. So, and in the fintech space too, there is collaboration. You can't do without collaboration because you have to collaborate with the bank. You have to collaborate with NIBS, with InterSwitch. Some people, you can decide to integrate with all the banks one by one, which will cost you more, but to be easier. But you need to collaborate to some people. Some of the fintechs you see, they are using the rails of InterSwitch. Some are using the rails of unified payment. Some are using different rails entirely. So eventually, you do things that will make it cheaper for you. If you start as a fintech and you want to take it all on yourself, it's not possible. Even the system is designed for you to integrate. That's why when we are charging you a particular amount, maybe 0.5% for a transaction, not everything goes back to us because we don't have all the rails. So I think the fintech has been able to take the collaboration thing easier than Pharma, because if they go to pharmaceutical company A now, what is your turnover last year? Give me the details. They might not, since it's not a published company. But we know our turnover already. We know our NIBS. We get the NIBS reports. We get the reports from the government. So everybody knows what everybody is doing within each other. And everybody knows how they are leveraging on each other. I hope I'm able to answer the question.
Thank you, sir. First, I'd like to say that I am particularly proud of pharmacists that have gone into fintech and banking. You guys you're representing us well. Thank you very much. OPay in particular, with this your model, OPay, PAMPay, that you use people's phone number simply by removing the first figure. It made it easier for people who weren't even educated. Once you are able to memorize your phone number, then you know your bank account. And I think that made it particularly easy for you to get to the market, women, traders. Initially, when we had problem purchasing in the market, they'll tell you to follow them to a POS merchant to make your payment. Within a month, each of them had accounts. Somebody actually told me her account number, and I clicked OPay and I paid. And I called her. She said she didn't get the money. I sent her my debit alert. She said, no, I said Palm Pay. I didn't say OPay. I said, oh, sorry, what do we do? He said, hold on. Let me go and talk to my POS man that helped me open the account. 2 days later, she called me and said, the man simply helped her to open OPay account, and the money dropped. So now she has 2 accounts. My question then is, both accounts have the same number. Do you understand? Both the OPay and PAMPay now have the same account number. Is that not going to be a mix-up? That's just a question on a general note. Now let's get to Pharma. Pharma is a very technical sector of the economy. And we see a lot that, from your presentation, you guys have done a lot, fintech, finance, and all that together. There are challenges we're having that I'm sure you are aware of. Integration of systems. We're looking at a situation where, like you said, go online, you can see my platform, place your order. We're looking at a situation where you would also be able to send that invoice electronically, and the other person doesn't have to enter manually. Once it is received, you download and it enters into the other person's system. So all you need in your store is just somebody to receive the goods from my driver and cross-check that what is received is what was invoiced. And if there are discrepancies, you send an email, or on the system you are using, you can also generate a credit note or a debit note for whatever the differential is. We haven't gotten somebody to get us to that point yet. And I think that's where PWDAN wants to go. You understand what I'm saying? Right now we have P2P. We had one that PSN was proposing and all that. Put together everything. We're still not there. You guys who are pharmacists in the tech space, can you guys come together and then collaborate with key groups, ACPN, PWDAN, PSN, and probably NAHAP, and let's do something solid that each of us would partake in and each group would also benefit from. That's a challenge to you. Thank you for your beautiful presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start with the second observation. It's I think we've had a similar discussion with him before. The reason why the thing did not go forward was, as a payment company, we want everything to end in payments. I think he was discussing that, we should do something similar, but it will not end in payment on our side. But it's something that can be done. It's a conversation that people have been having, so it's something that can be done as well. The first one you said, each fintech, each name, Kuda, it's money points, everybody has their own specific code. So even that number, they call it MSDDN, it's a telco kind of structure where your account number will be your phone number for easy recognition, but each one still has a specific code that is specific to the person. So far you mentioned the particular bank. When you check, when you want to pay, each bank, each MMO and every bank is on your mobile app. So if you click Kuda, you will see it. If you click OPay, you see it. And you put, we have that issue many times. Somebody who said, I paid into PalmPay, it's meant to be OPay, I paid into, but if the person just opens an account with the other person, as you said, it will happen. It's just easy for financial inclusion and for the people that don't have access, that won't have access to open an account, will have the opportunity. A lot of people coming, a lot of the Gen Zs now, most of them is maybe because of NYSC that they have bank accounts. Most of them have the fintechs already because it's easier. Even before this subsidy on forex was eased out, I use there's a fintech called Cheaper. If I want to pay for something, $30, $40, I want to subscribe. It's just an app. You put Naira there, it will convert to dollar. The way GT Bank is now doing that, if you have dollar, $150, $100, it's $771. You just pay it to convert. So there are fintechs that are doing that already, and it's going to coming to the second point. It's something we've been discussing already. I've been in not only discussion with him, but with some other companies as well as per that. It's something that will happen. Maybe we'll take it as at a general level because, again, too, for us, we look at something that can scale. Okay, how many people are talking to us about it? Okay, 10,000, 5,000, 2,000. It's better than we are talking to 2 or 3 people. It's going to be more expensive on those 2 or 3 people. It's like printing, you know. Thank you, man.
Open it with their phone number, which can be used to trace them, but they could also dismiss their SIMs and all that. When they use those platforms for receiving illegal funds, how do you get them?
The way CBN clamps down on us is even harder than the banks. We have a compliance unit. In cases of maybe fraud or, fraudulent transactions, we have a compliance unit, fines and everything. We have compliance and we block funds. That's why sometimes you go on social media and say, they blocked my fund. Any suspicious activity, money, 3 million came in by 12 midnight and the 3 million is leaving immediately. We'll block that fund. Come to the office to talk about it. So it's happening everywhere. We have the same. Most of the guys that are running compliance in the fintechs came from banks, so it is very key because we need to protect the integrity of the funds of people. So far, it's easier. In fact, there was a meeting we had with CBN recently. We said we don't want tier 1 again. Tier 1 meaning that I can just open with phone number because they discovered that that's where most of the fraud goes on. And then I said, no, but they want financial inclusion. The guy in Kara Namoda that only has phone number and because tier 1 is just 20K, 50K in a day. How can that guy possibly do more than 50K in a day? But we found some tier 1, you are doing 50K every day for 1 month. That's 5 times 3. That's 1.8 million already. So that's not tier 1. Tier 1 is for the guys that are, and now they are going to bring another framework that if you are on tier 1, you can't be on tier 1 for more than probably a week or 2 or a month, so that you need to, or else the account will be blocked. But left to people like us, we want everybody to bring all the documents because in case of, there are lots of cases of stolen identity and all that, but it's a discussion that is ongoing as well.
Thank you. The bottom line is that as we are having challenges and as the regulators are probably trying to shape us, the bank, the CBN is probably trying to shape them. And we discover that the best of friends are people who have common challenges. Either in school, you bond very well in school. I equally bond very well at the correctional centers. When you come out, you become best of friends. So he's telling us that the earlier we partner with them at this low ebb, not allowing them to go up, and we become a prey to them. So it's better for us to partner. On the issue of collaboration, they have already started collaborating, just like the telecoms. When the code is now unified among the telecoms. It's no more star 555 for Glo and star 301 for Do. Everything. I don't know whether you have that document. So the same thing has already happened in their space because of collaboration and unification. We are asking, let us collaborate and unify. Is there any other? We are going to shortly go on tea break before we go into the next session. Okay.
Thank you. I think he said something like there is no fintech specific for the pharma supply chain space, and that you think that anyone that goes there will be very successful. He said something like that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Why
sir.
do you think there's none now?
No, well, most because the way we look at the whole ecosystem of business, an FMCG business like BAT, we have like 40,000 distributors. We don't really get that in pharma, So when people that money is borrowed, somebody gives me 100 million now equity. It's going to take my company. Although some people, sorry, as an aside, some people actually set up their fintech so that they can sell in the future. Anyway, but the business is based on numbers. So most people that do it, they can look at pharma too, but they look at other businesses. And they do something, they believe that FMCG and pharma have some similarities. So most of them, most of the fintechs that are into supply chain do it for both names. Like, okay, look at retail pharmacies in Nigeria. The registered one are not more than 7,000. So that kind of 7,000, the people will look at, okay, if I get 1,000 out of these people, how much will it come to? How much will I need to scale? Whereas if I go to Friesland Campina, people that are selling milk are everywhere. They will give me customers. In fact, some discussions we were having with Friesland Campina, they said the malam at the kiosk that doesn't have an Android phone, how will he collect money? Those are the things they don't, because during the cashless era, they didn't have way to collect from those kind of people. So that is why you won't see one that is focused on pharma directly, because they want to scale and pay back the money they collected. Thank you.
So what you are saying basically is that pharma needs to expand and scale to meet the kind of 100 million Sabi equity investment that we are talking about here. Thank you very much. I think we still have another question too.
Not really a question. I think the reason is basically because we don't control a significant part of the business. A significant part of the market. Yes. The market is largely in the hands of some other opaque group of people. Thank you.
Well, we are here. Part of the thing we should be discussing is how do we control the market? That's why we are here as Pull Down. Okay, hold on.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. My question will revolve around payments, consumer payment and enterprise payment. Because what you've been talking about heavily is on consumer payment. But enterprise payment is quite different. And the reason why it's different is if you look at the receivable side of things, where a pharmacy is paying like 20 or 30 or 40 suppliers, they have to get their check and all that. So how do you disrupt that side? Because you have to start from the payment side, the payable side, then you will do the collection, right? Maybe through your devices or whatnot. But I want to understand, how do you provide solution? And you have to hit the nail on the head. How do you tell audiences here of a better way to make their collection better, especially enterprise collection, not consumer collection?
Yeah, okay, enterprise collection is it's the same rails we use for enterprise and consumer collection. That's why I didn't separate them. If there are people that collect payments that actually, we have merchants that make payment to like 50 people at once. So far you have their details. In fact, you can make payment to, some people do, let me give an example of loyalty programs. I'm doing a loyalty programs for my people, and you have 100 points. And you want to convert that 100 points to money. 100 points is like 100,000. We have a system that our system speaks to your system so that the money, it converts it to Naira for, let's say, Farm Ochuku. And Pharmaceutical's bank account with us, with you, is Zenith Bank. The thing sends the money to a Zenith Bank account. It's not necessarily with the fintech. Some you might have a lot of customers, and the customers have different accounts. You can actually pay from one source to them. It's just like the RTGS, the real-time gross settlement that the banks used to make, if I understand you better. So we have it already. For receiving, you can receive from plenty people, then you can pay plenty people at once or in different accounts. Because in the system with NIBS, you can see all the banks as once. All the banks and MMOs are seen as one there, as in they are under the same cover. So you can pay everybody at once immediately, online, real time.
Okay, thank you very much. I want a round of applause for resource personnel for a wonderful presentation. Truth of the matter is that the issue of tech is an endless conversation. It is disrupting so many things, and we are going to continue to have that conversation going. Earlier on, I was wondering, I know that a couple of tech companies were invited for this conference. We have, where they claim that they are a technology-driven organization. Do we have any one of them? Which one are you from? Salesforce Automation. Any other? You know, this issue of technology was being discussed some time back with a colleague of ours, and he said, PWDAN, the way PWDAN is structured now, PWDAN is a brick and mortar that is trying to become tech. And that the new technology companies are tech companies that are trying to have a brick and mortar back end. So that's why I'm asking if there are tech companies. I'm sure we are all tech companies in one way or the other because we all use ICT to drive our businesses. We are all computerized. Some of us are running on QuickBooks, SAP, Tally, and so on. But that's not enough for us to become tech company in the real sense of what is happening today and the disruptions that we see. So that's why I'm asking. Any other tech company apart from... Okay. All right. I wanted them to come and share one or two experiences, but since they are not on the in the house this afternoon, we'll quickly go to the next agenda, which is our tea break. We're going to go out through this door. There is a hall just behind us here, has been set up for the tea break. We would like us to go table by table while we'll invite our next presenter, because we need to manage our time a little more closely now. Sanofi? Is Sanofi in the house? Yeah. They have a presentation to make to us. But while we are waiting for them, we can begin to go from this table, go in, take your tea break, take your tea, whatever we have served up, come back, the next table goes so that we keep here stable and running as quickly as we can possibly do that.
Sorry, I don't know how we are going to run it. We have companies that have come to exhibit, manufacturers, and value chain service providers that is going to help us drive our processes. They are out there for us to engage them. That is the visibility we are talking about. There is a software and hardware company. There's a warehousing facility company, and so on. So avail yourself for that opportunity to meet these people on one spot. As we direct you for the tea break, you probably make out time to visit them during and after this session. So, can we have these two? Okay, madam, please direct. Interlude, please.
𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Pharmaceuticals. We never forget why we are here. Our vision and unwavering dedication keep us at the forefront, a beacon of well-being. For over 3 decades, we have set a foundation for world-class manufacturing and distribution in Nigeria. You know of our passion and commitment to high standards and unmatched quality. Our priority? Ensuring access to affordable medicines and healthcare for fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and every child. Keeping all our households smiling, ever radiant, never ending. Building on our strengths, we are expanding our capacities at our state-of-the-art manufacturing campus in 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, home to the oral solid dosage plant for the production of oral tablets and external ointments. The standalone cephalosporin plant and a misoprostol suite, the first of its kind in Nigeria. Currently under construction are the beta-lactam plant dedicated to producing tablets, capsules, and dry syrup powder, and the intravenous fluids plant for the production of intravenous fluids in both large and small volumes. We have also initiated import substitution, thereby reducing our dependence on imported finished medicines and ensuring medicine security. Positioned for construction, our groundbreaking active pharmaceutical ingredients manufacturing facility is set to be the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, starting with anti-malarials as our APIs of focus. Our commitment, addressing the leading causes of maternal and child mortality by local content optimization. Our 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 campus is set to become an innovative powerhouse of manufacturing excellence. We believe when people feel better, they do better, and great things follow. This drives our relentless pushing of boundaries. Our ultimate goal, delivering products of the highest standards, affordable and available to all. Our vision, to be the leading healthcare company in Africa, providing world-class products and services, growing stronger with each milestone attained and every barrier broken. And now, our next step in our journey of spreading unlimited wellness, introducing our new range of 8 locally manufactured products. 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐶 and zinc capsules, high strength, 2-in-1 immune support and antioxidant defense formulation, a premium combination of vitamin C 500 mg and zinc 50 mg. Zinc capsules, 50 mg of zinc formulated to support immune health, improve metabolism, and aid the digestive system. Pyramal tablets and suspension, a triple-strength antimalarial, convenient once-daily dosing, and a pleasantly flavored pediatric formulation. Motil Stop capsules, effective antidiarrheal for decreasing frequency of stooling. Fluconazole capsules, formidable antifungal to combat fungal or yeast infections such as candidiasis. Emzobrex and Emzoperoxicam capsules are 2 non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs to treat mild to moderate inflammatory pain. Para 1000 by 3s, a mini-strip variant of our innovative Para 1000 with enhanced release for rapid relief, comes in smaller size, easy-to-swallow caplets. The wellness of people inspires and energizes our burning passion, powering our undying commitment to making quality healthcare and unlimited wellness available to all. As a leader in the pharmaceutical industry, we consider it our responsibility to keep breaking new grounds in innovation, technology, research with global best practices. Our foundation, our people, our culture. Thank you for your unwavering trust for so many years. Be assured of our continued commitment to unlimited wellness. Emzor, feel better, do better.
The Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, is a trade association of companies involved in professional wholesaling and distribution of pharmaceutical products for the benefits and well-being of Nigerians. Born out of the desire to ensure the integrity and transparency in the pharmaceutical supply chain by developing and sharing best practices. This prestigious group started in 2018 with 3 members, grew to 18 members, and in 2020 it became a national group when it was incorporated with a board of trustees that represent the major geopolitical region of the country.
My name is Ernesto 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, current national chairman of Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, a body corporate formed 5 years ago by a group of concerned professionals with a desire to have a structured, organized, and a result-driven pharmaceutical distribution in Nigeria. This we intend to achieve through improving on our facilities to meet best practices in the pharma distribution, and also to collaborate and partner with member companies and other stakeholders in the pharmaceutical supply chain in Nigeria. That is the manufacturers, the importers, the multinational representatives as our suppliers, and community pharmacies and other health facilities as our clients and customers. The association is duly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission and was inaugurated a year ago. We started with a slim strength, but the membership is growing. We intend to bring to the fore best practices in handling the products that best describe our practice and indeed healthcare. The tagline of PWDAN is ensuring pharmaceutical supply chain integrity. PWDAN is here to change the narrative in pharmaceutical wholesaling and distribution in Nigeria.
The association is a foundation member of African Pharmaceutical Distributors Association, a Pan-African organization inaugurated in 2018 in Lusaka, Zambia, with the objective, among others, to promote the advancement of health standard of the people of Africa through initiatives that develop and share best practices among member countries and entities. The global development paradigm within the supply chain in the pharmaceutical sector has made a tremendous impact that has changed the face of pharmaceutical distribution, the attendant distributions in the society. In order for us to be relevant in this era of uncertainty and disruptions, pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors need to define its importance in the rapidly changing supply chain landscape, and most vividly, in order to overcome these challenges, companies with common interests and objective need to become more resilient, collaborative, and network with other stakeholders and players in the supply chain. Collectively, they will be able to launch their entities, companies, as a vehicle of progress and change. This necessitated the coming together of this group.
Well, PWDAN is a new baby, so to say, a new association that has come to life in the pharmaceutical space, and they're very much welcome. Before now, there has been nobody that we can officially say representing the distributors and wholesalers in the pharma sector. So what the coming of PWDAN has done is to bring us to a position where we can now recognize and appreciate the fact that the pharma industry needs an association such as PWDAN for them to play a role in the whole pharma distribution chain, so to say. Before now, of course, we've not had anybody, and everybody has been doing what they like to do or what they have to do to get their products out there on the shelf, and also to our patients out there who need the products. We have the importers, those who are importing drugs in the country, manufacturers who are manufacturing locally at a level, and the next level is we have the wholesalers and the distributors in the middle, and then we have the retailers at the bottom end. And what we've looked at, what the industry has realized is the fact that we need to have these three levels with some sub-levels, to take care of the government hospitals and all the others. But with PWDAN also playing their role, which we see them as playing a role in the middle of that chain, it's a very, very, very good development. We can now have, an association to engage with for them to also make their own contributions into how the policy, the national drug distribution policy, can be effectively initiated. Because before now, the policy is there, but nothing major has been happening all these years. And with what we've seen and what I've been privy to with PWDAN, I believe that they're going to bring a lot of ideas also into the whole pharma distribution chain, which is going to be very helpful because, of course, having everybody represented tells you that they would also be able to really emphasize and expatiate on their own area, their core competence area, which is the distribution of pharma. So that it's a good thing, and I'm sure the industry will be happy to have them, and the regulators themselves will be happy to have them.
The role we play at PWDAN, we promote good professional and interpersonal relationship among PWDAN members. We organize workshops and seminars that promote global best practices in the pharmaceutical supply chain. Members are poised to ensure compliance to regulatory requirements towards achieving set objectives. Self-regulation, a standard and well-established code of conduct are in place to control the practice within our member companies. Enrollment into the association is by corporate membership.
It's been a very good story concerning PWDAN, that's the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria. They have come to put orderliness into drug distribution services in Nigeria. Before the advent of PWDAN, what we had was unstructured drug distribution system, a situation where drugs are being sold in the market like common items like tomatoes and cloths and others, without regards to storage conditions, without regards to good drug distribution system. And you know that even in Nigeria, we have a national guideline on drug distribution system in Nigeria that is not being respected, but the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria has come to put orderliness into that unstructured atmosphere of drug distribution system in Nigeria. And what do I mean by this? Drugs are expected to be distributed from importers and manufacturers to wholesalers, and from there to direct-to-consumer pharmacies, otherwise known as retail pharmacy. And that's the structure that is well respected all over the world. But the reverse is the case in Nigeria. But PWDAN has come in such a way that we are beginning to see light at the end of the tunnel in terms of drug distribution system in Nigeria. They are few in number now, but we hope that the number will increase with time, and the unstructured nature, we can say bye-bye to the unstructured nature of drug distribution system in Nigeria. My expectation in the next 5 years is that they will continue to increase in number, and all of us within the pharmaceutical space will speak with one voice, and that one voice to say bye-bye to the chaotic drug distribution system in Nigeria. That's what I expect. I also expect that we will speak with one voice when it comes to our regulators, especially when it comes to service drugs that are not registered by any company but are otherwise very important to our healthcare delivery system. I hope that we'll also be able to speak with one voice. Both the importers, the manufacturers, the wholesalers, and even the direct-to-consumer pharmacies will speak with one voice to our regulators to make the process of importation of such service drugs easier and more available to the people of Nigeria, which we ultimately serve.
Our vision to build integrity in supply chain through collaboration, capacity building, and quality service delivery. Our mission, bringing sanity to the pharmaceutical supply chain while delivering quality pharmaceutical products to Nigerian populace. Our objectives, to protect, project, and harmonize the overall interest of PWDAN, to promote good professional and interpersonal relationship among PWDAN members, to foster, promote, and share best practices in the pharmaceutical supply chain, to promote the advancement of integrity and ethical standard in pharmaceutical wholesale, distribution, and healthcare system in general, to advocate and assist in the development of effective and efficient pharmaceutical distribution framework, to collaborate with other relevant stakeholders and distributors in healthcare system to enhance and improve the overall healthcare of the people.
Plenary is a retail pharmacy chain based in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. In my practice, one of the key processes is procurement. It's a critical control point in our quality management process. In procuring our drugs, we want to be sure that we're getting the right quality of drugs that have been stored at the appropriate storage conditions, timely delivered to us with minimal margin of error. In doing this, we get our products from PWDAN members. These are wholesale pharmacies that are supervised by registered pharmacists. I can sit down from the comfort of my office, from the comfort of my home, send in my order, have my order delivered to me within 24 hours without having to worry about the quality of the product, whether the integrity is intact or not, because we're sure their storage conditions are optimal, their delivery system is top-notch, and we get our products with all the integrity intact. I'm very happy about this PWDAN development, and if we pharmacies, community pharmacies, all source our products from PWDAN members, that we will be sure that we're delivering quality always to the end user, our patients, our customers. Thank you, PWDAN. Keep up the good job. I'm very impressed.
PWDAN, ensuring pharmaceutical supply chain integrity.
We never forget why we are here. Our vision and unwavering dedication keep us at the forefront, a beacon of well-being. For over 3 decades, we have set a foundation for world-class manufacturing and distribution in Nigeria. You know of our passion and commitment to high standards and unmatched quality. Our priority, ensuring access to affordable medicines and healthcare for fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and every child. Keeping all our households smiling, ever radiant, never ending. Building on our strengths, we are expanding our capacities at our state-of-the-art manufacturing campus in Ṣàgámù, home to the oral solid dosage plant for the production of oral tablets and external ointments. The standalone cephalosporin plant and a misoprostol suite, the first of its kind in Nigeria. Currently under construction are the beta-lactam plant, dedicated to producing tablets, capsules, and dry syrup powder, and the intravenous fluids plant for the production of intravenous fluids in both large and small volumes. We have also initiated import substitution, thereby reducing our dependence on imported finished medicines and ensuring medicine security. Positioned for construction, our groundbreaking active pharmaceutical ingredients manufacturing facility is set to be the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa, starting with
on the successful hosting of the second edition of this conference. Just to say that Sanofi, at the core of what we do, is to also ensure that our patients have access to good and quality medications. And in the process of our patient having access to such, we know that it's also important that we take, full effects or full cognizance of the need to also ensure safety as regards how we handle and store our medications. So I would start by just giving an overview of how Sanofi has evolved over the years. As I've said, we currently operate in 90 countries, and we have 91,000 employees globally. We work on 59 manufacturing sites. As a matter of fact, over the years that we've been in Nigeria, we've also, been able to manufacture some of our products in country, and we've achieved that also over the years. We also have R&D sites in 20 countries. One of the few things that we say, and that is very common in our core values, to say that we chase the miracle of science to improve the lives of our patients. Again, I said at the initial statement to say that at the core of what we do is to ensure that our patients have access to good medication and also quality medication. One of the challenges we have in this market, again, is distribution, particularly as regards the issue of parallel importation or substandard medication. And we understand that it is important for us to also collaborate with PWDAN and ensure that products are actually effectively distributed to ensure that at the end of the day, those patients of ours actually have access to good and quality medication. So this is also speaking to the fact that, in chasing the miracles of science, sometimes we also surprise ourselves with what we achieve. But what is important to us as a company in Nigeria and also globally is that when we discover the extraordinary, we're already planning where to go next. And that's what we consistently do. So for some of us that have been in the profession for over the years, when we have our established products which are still in the market, like Tarivid, like the Flagyls of this world, like Izatral, and some of those other products that are actually innovator brands that Sanofi then came into the country with. I remember one of the participants outside was asking that, are you Sanofi Scintillabo or Sanofi? I think I heard that when I was in maybe primary school or secondary school. So, but we have evolved also to become a Sanofi and then an affiliate in Nigeria. All right, so we also understand that over the years, in terms of distribution, we've also evolved, and it's important that we're also taking note of the evolution that we've actually seen over the years. One of the few things, while we're actually very here, is to also ensure that we're part of the process to take us to that very point where we ensure good distribution of our drugs across all the channels, and to ensure, again, that our customers and also our patients, who are actually end users, get the Sanofi product still with the quality and efficacy still intact. So what we have discovered over the years is that in the early 80s, distribution was mainly operated by small players in the open market. The 90s, we evolved into some wholesalers emerging, with professional standards. In the 2000s, then we have the infiltration of the multinational companies like the mega distributors that we currently have, like the Arsenes of this world, the WWCVLs, and then the Pharmaceuticals and the rest of them, come into the market and play big, and that actually changed the dynamic of how drugs were effectively distributed across the country. But what we have also seen, in emerging market now is to see that some, just like the previous speaker spoke about tech. Everything is around the tech space. So how even our wholesalers evolving, with the use of technology to ensure that we deliver services, good services to our customers at each point in time. And that's the part where Sanofi wants to also partner with members of the association, because again, we thought it was also important for us to also be able to assess your customers. So one of the things we also think about in terms of partnering with members of PWDAN is to see how we can actually organize capacity building programs through your organizations to your customers. See how we can actually help them with clinical meetings in terms of getting new materials of what is evolving in terms of treatment. How can we also, help them in terms of storage? How can we train your staff? Help train your staff, on handling of cold chains, handling of antibiotics, and then so we are big, going forward. We are big in also ensuring that we partner with, each member here on how to effectively also reach those your supply channel. And that's the partnership we're talking to. So going forward, beyond this meeting we're going to be having, the conference we're going to be having today, we're going to be coming to your space to discuss with you what is possible in terms of partnership that we can actually have with you to ensure that, we ensure that products actually get to our patients in the quality that is expected. One of the challenges that we have as multinational is, again, the issue that I mentioned is the issue of parallel importation, substandard medication, and the rest. So we've seen cases where expiry dates are being altered. We have seen cases where, products that are not meant for this market find their way into this market. And we have cases like that. And again, it's always traceable to where this is actually coming from. And that's why also we're very strong in what you intend to achieve in terms of the national drug distribution, to ensure that, drug products come from the mega distributors to the wholesalers, and from the wholesalers go to other channels, as the future would also happen. So Sanofi is ready to partner with us, and we'll have that discussion subsequently, even beyond this event. And we hope that this would actually, help again to forge further as regards issue of good drug distribution in the country, and ensuring that our patients have access to good and quality medication. Thank you very much. I hope if there are any questions, I'm ready to take them. And if there are none, I hope there are no questions that are related to the new price. Okay, but if there are any questions whatsoever, we will take them. We have a stand outside to entertain anything as regards the partnership we're proposing, and then we'll take it further from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question? Any question apart from price? Okay. We now thank you, Sanofi. We now go to the second topic. Let's invite the. Sorry. Let's now invite the second speaker for this session.
Okay, I'm sure our next speaker is ready. She's been working very hard to make sure that we have an exciting time as far as this. So I just want to read out her profile before she comes on stage. She's already on stage. She doesn't want me to hype her. Okay, I'm still going to say something about her. She's actually one of us, a member of PWDAN. But, PWDAN is a very diverse group of wholesalers and distributors. We have wholesalers who are specialists in certain areas of pharma distribution. And one of them happens to be Versifarm. So Fadeke works with Versifarm. I don't want to go into the whole long story, right? You are bribing me. Okay. But she's somebody who's been working in this space as far as cold chain and vaccine distribution is concerned. As a person, she has over 17 years experience doing this. And please join me to welcome the General Manager of Versifarm, Pharmacist Mrs. Fadeke Adeyemi, to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm not too nervous, but just for declaration, I'm a very fast speaker. If I am talking like a typewriter, please just you can just say apply the brakes, please, so that we can grab as much as possible. I'll start with a bit of a background to my experience. Oh, sorry, I'm pressing my laptop. Yes, okay. All right. I have worked for about 17 years, but not all of my experience is solely in coaching. My journey in coaching management started maybe about over 10 years ago. I worked in International SOS as a hospital pharmacist. And whilst I was there, a certain doctor walked into the clinic. She was a French doctor, and she was asking about our process for coaching and all of that. She said, I hope your vaccines are okay. I'd rather they are too hot than too cold. And I began to wonder, what in the world are you talking about? What do you mean by too hot or too cold? She had a thought process in her mind. She didn't explain what she was saying, but I told her, don't worry, we maintain as much as possible at optimal vaccine temperature range. But I decided to begin to research more into cold chain management. And that research has brought me like a lot of information, and I've tried to compress them into my slides. My name is Ikeja 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞. I'm General Manager of Axopharm Limited, as Mr. Marriot has enumerated. We've been in this business for about 23 years, and we're the first indigenous company that was established solely for cold chain products and distribution. Our chairman, in the person of Mrs. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, had been doing vaccines before she set it up and was very passionate about this. And rather than going to the whole pharmaceutical distribution space, she decided to focus on the niche market for vaccines, cold chain, biologics, and others. Our core values are integrity, dedication to higher standards, and customer satisfaction. And we pride ourselves in being specialists in cold chain management. And I hope that I'll be able to give a little bit of background and information and share experience and best practices in cold chain management. My table of contents, we'll be looking at good distribution practice. My topic, Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. Okay, it was in the first slide. GDP challenges in cold chain logistics and supply chain. And I said to Mr. Marriot, this is a very complicated and complex topic and has so many parts to it. Well, he advised on a few things to focus on, and I will try to do that. I realized during the AGM that I have orgas in the house. You are all very well versed in good distribution practice. I don't need to talk too much on that. So it will just be a brief overview. We'll look at challenges, some of the challenges that I, from experience, have seen in logistics and supply chain for cold chain pharmaceuticals and products. We'll take a look at cold chain management itself. Good storage and distribution practice for cold chain pharmaceuticals. We'll visit temperature excursions because they're really critical. And quality management in GDP of cold chain pharmaceuticals. So we will just try to touch all of this. I was told I have 1 hour, but I know that Nigerians, after a certain time, the attention span begins to enhance. So we will try to move along a little fast. All right. What is good distribution practice? According to NAFDAC, is it part of quality assurance that ensures the quality of the pharmaceutical products is maintained by means of employing adequate controls through the numerous activities which will occur from the time of the manufacture of the product till the time it reaches the final user. Who is involved? The manufacturers, importers, you and I, the Pharmaceutical Wholesale Distributors Association of Nigeria, the retailers, and other persons within the supply chain for pharmaceuticals. I keep touching my laptop. I'm so sorry. So NAFDAC, interestingly, has got good distribution practice guidelines for pharmaceutical products. And they set out a minimum requirement, or the minimum requirement, for good distribution of pharmaceutical products. And this can be applied by everybody within the chain, from those in government to those in private sector to the storage facilities and all. And it will interest you to know that their guidelines are quite robust and a little comparable to what you'll find in WHO. I've visited both sites, so I can tell you that they have quite a bit there. And they've come to audit me as well, and it was quite interesting. They had a lot to learn, like you said, like some people said. But it's been very interesting to see that they have specified some principles for GDP. And one of that is that all parties involved in distribution of pharmaceutical products have the responsibility. And I love this particular statement. They have the responsibility to ensure that the quality of the pharmaceutical products and the integrity of the distribution chain are maintained throughout the distribution process. This is interestingly applicable to forward parts of the distribution process and to moving backwards in the chain in terms of recall and returns. I stated a few of one of their publications. Maybe I'll share that on our site, on our chat group. And like I said, it was quite interesting to see that they had quite a robust treatise on this topic. Let me define a few terms. In my journey in studying about cold chain, I came across this term, time and temperature sensitive pharmaceutical products. All the while, I refer to my products as cold chain products. But time and temperature sensitive pharmaceutical products refers to products which were not stored or transported within predefined environmental conditions and or within predefined time limits will become degraded to the extent that it no longer performs as originally intended. This is because for specialized products like vaccines, insulins, biologics, genes, what have you, the other biologicals that we sell, they have been made within specific ranges of temperatures, and some of them, like organs and some other biological products, have specific time limits within which they must transit from the manufacturer to the patient and to be used. And if they exceed those limits, then they will not be able to deliver the intent for which they were originally manufactured. Temperature sensitive products, these are products that must be maintained within a controlled environment between 2 to 8 degrees, and this is typically known as cold chain. We shall be focusing on these cold chain products for the purpose of this session that I'm taking. Now, my husband will say, always begin with the end in mind. So, sir, you said we should talk about challenges. Let me start from there. These are some of the challenges that I have noticed in the supply and logistics of cold chain products. 1, inadequate controls and lack of standardization of processes across the channels in the pharmaceutical supply chain. You'll agree with me that there are so many people that are involved in supply chain in pharmacy that really don't have a business doing this. And a lot of them, I give you an example. I ordered for something from, I won't disclose, but from our brothers on the other side. I needed it. Somebody was asking. By the time they brought it in a black nylon bag. I said, Kilele, what exactly is this? They said, Madam, that's what you ordered for. Why is it in a black nylon bag? It should be coming in a cool or cold chain, as it were. And you bring it to me, knowing that I'm a cold chain person. You had the audacity. You didn't even, take care of the fact that you're going to, I'm a cold chain company. So you can imagine what goes on at that end. And so many people within the supply chain are patronizing these persons to buy vaccines, insulins, and what have you. In fact, they have products that you and I cannot lay our hands on right there in that place. And so it speaks to the fact that there's a lot we need to do to ensure control, especially because these are specialized products. All right. I remember my chairman saying she went to Idumota, and I don't know, she shares that story a lot. And they asked her, is it the hot one or the cold one? She wanted to buy vaccines. Is it the hot one or the cold one? All sorts that happen. So there is a serious lack of standardization of processes across the channels in the pharmaceutical supply chain. You have lack of dedicated personnel for cold chain management and logistics processes. Everybody wants to do everything. And I said Vaxipharm was a niche, but I find out that so many people are now branching into cold chain and they are lumping it with their normal activities. And cold chain should have a specialized set of people handling it because it is a specialized aspect of the pharmacy practice. And I'll tell you why as we go along. You have inadequate adherence to standards for GDP and GSP for time and temperature sensitive products. People just set up what they think they should do, how they feel it should be done, and usually you are having deviations from the standards. Insufficient capacity for cold chain management. Not everybody doing these cold chain products has the capacity to do it. I have been around and I see how some people pack their vaccines for delivery, and I can tell you I've done a bit of simulations and it's not particularly ideal. Limitations in the training of manpower, where knowledge is lacking, abuse and deviations are definitely going to happen. Inadequately qualified or validated equipment to manage the storage and distribution of cold chain products, and then breaks in cold chain due to improper handling during storage, transportation, and last mile distribution. With this end in mind, I hope that I'll be able to address all of these challenges and we can share insights and experiences and look at what is the best practice or appreciably good practice, given the fact that there are limitations within our system that will help us to ensure that the quality is maintained in the chain for TTSPPs. My next slide is about the cold chain process. What then is the cold chain process? Now, cold chain management in the pharmaceutical industry refers to the range of measures that are used to ensure that the temperature control of time and temperature sensitive products are maintained. The cold chain of these products begins from the manufacturer site and encompasses transport, storage processes up until when the product reaches the patient to whom it can be administered. It is essential to understand that there are high quality and safety standards that are required by these products in order to ensure that they have the efficacy that is required when they reach the end user. So this is a brief look at the cold chain flow. Like I said, it begins from the manufacturer. Everybody from manufacturer to vaccine administrator or insulin user or retailer has a responsibility to ensure that the potency in each step of the storage and administration of this vaccine and the transportation is maintained. Vaccines and insulins are very delicate biological substances that become less effective or destroyed if they are frozen, allowed to get too hot, or exposed to direct sunlight or fluorescent light. So everyone who wants to do cold chain, please understand, it is not like paracetamol. It is not like those products you store between 15 to 25 degrees. It is really specialized, and we need to take adequate care to ensure that the quality is maintained throughout the chain. What then makes for the effective cold chain process? There are three main elements. You should have trained personnel. You should ensure that you have adequate transport and storage equipment, and you should have efficient management processes and procedures for your organization when you delve into cold chain. Let me start from the processes and procedures. Good storage and distribution practice for cold chain products. Now, the WHO has a model guidance for the storage and transportation of TTSPPs, and you can find that on their site. I will not bore us with too much stories, but their target audience are basically regulators, distributors, retailers, and everybody within the chain, as it were. A few standard operating procedures that any cold chain and storage distribution facility needs to have, I have listed there. 1, an SOP on storage of cold chain products. 2, an SOP on packing and delivery of cold chain products for supply. 3, an SOP on cold chain logistics and transportation and vehicles that you use for your operations. 1 on inventory management, batch recalls, maintenance of the cold chain storage equipment. 1 for emergency evacuation of products. 1 for your quality management system, power generation and supply, internal audits, incident reports, deviations, and change control. These are some. I currently have maybe 20 or 25 that speak directly to my processes in cold chain as well as others. I just picked out the critical ones that I have been audited on, and I get audited by GSK and other people that come to audit our facility, being a facility that is dedicated to cold chain. I said processes, equipment, and personnel. Let's take a look at cold chain equipment that you require in operations for cold chain management. Cold rooms, refrigerators, TMDs, cold boxes, ice packs, all of these are critical. But different levels within the supply chain for temperature sensitive products would need different range of equipment. So I am, as a distributor or WWCV or ASANE, would definitely make investments in cold rooms and mega cold rooms. My senior, by the way, he was Mr. Schellering was my senior in school. Thank you very much for your presentation. He has mentioned MDS, and I happen to have been to MDS because we have some companies that store their products over there, and we go there to take delivery of some of our cold chain products, right? All of those people would make an investment in cold chain, in cold rooms. But for people who are doing distribution on a small level, I'm not expecting you to try to make that investment. You could have, what do you call it now? Vaccine refrigerators, and we'll just delve into that forthrightly. Let me just take a look at cold chain storage equipment. Well, this is kind of what my cold room looks like, but this is a picture anyway from the internet. So we have cold rooms for those of us that are doing whose primary purpose is to distribute vaccines and insulins on a large scale. Some of us have vaccine fridges. So for us distributors, retailers, wholesalers, we could make that investment to buy vaccine or pharmacy fridges, ice-lined fridges, solar fridges, or freezers, depending on if you want to do the ones that need to be stored at sub-zero levels. Domestic fridges, and I put there in red, not advisables. These fridges need to be calibrated and validated or qualified for the purpose of storing cold chain pharmaceuticals. We'll take a brief look at the meaning of calibration, validation, and qualification later on in the slide. Now I have picked out domestic fridges because I need to speak about this a little bit. A lot of us are currently possibly storing vaccines in our facilities in domestic fridges. I want to please sound a note of caution. Combined refrigerator freezers are not ideal for cold chain, and I'll share experience on 2 counts. When I joined Vaxipharm, I joined in 2017. Very happy. A company came to us and they were doing promo, buy 100 packs of this and we'll give you a fridge. They gave us this combined fridge. You know these fridges that when you open, the freezer compartment is up and the fridge is down. They are both in the same compartment. I packed them with Insuman combo and all sorts, and I went for the weekend. Came back. Thank God I have data loggers, and this is the importance of having temperature monitoring devices in your fridges. I downloaded the readings, minus something. I first thought, God, it's not possible, because I'd never used these to store vaccines before. It was my first time. Like I said, it was a gift, and so we thought we had more space. As I put my data logger in, I have my software, my system. I put it, and I was seeing negative. I'll show you what the deviations look like. And it was on -3 or -2, was it so? And I began to worry. I had just joined. I was new. How do I tell management? But I've had this experience before. Now, some of you use chillers. You know the chillers, Coca-Cola. Some companies give you these things too. I also, in SOS, put my vaccines in these chillers. Went for the weekend. In fact, for like 5 days. I came back. Weekly, we do this, we take our temperature readings weekly. -5. I did like this. It says it's not possible. And, because it is a fridge, how did it go to -5? So let me start with this. These combined refrigerators have the freezer compartment up and the fridge down. The negative temperature is about -20 degrees. Your fridge should be between 2 to 8 degrees. And maybe it was 2 to 8 degrees. But by the time you close it for a long time, and I have noticed that when you close a fridge or a cold room for a long time, it begins to go to deep in temperature. So that's why it is important to calibrate and validate them for the purpose of storing your cold chain. So it had been closed for the whole weekend. We just started using it. And the negative temperature from the freezer was mixing with the more positive temperature. And of course, by the time it mixes, the gradient dips below 2 degrees. Hence, it went down. So if you are using this and you're not monitoring temperature, you will need to begin to relook at that process. So I do not advise that anybody uses a combined one, neither the chillers. I had chillers too that they gave me. I have put them and relegated them. In fact, all of those fridges, and my staff can testify, are no longer in use, active use for cold chain products. I just use only one, and I decided to make investments in vaccine fridges. This is the way to go. You lose less on the long run. It's a big investment, but you lose less on the long run. And I say this because it could be my mother or my father that would use the vaccine that I would sell that was exposed to a negative temperature. I'll give you another example. A customer of mine came to us and said, the Novomix you gave us is bad. It is bringing out white all over. She had bought it and taken it home, right? So I said to her, I know my coaching. I trust my coaching. You know what? Take this data logger, take it home, put it in your fridge, and bring it back after some time. So she went, put it in her fridge, and brought it back. So guess what? She has this tabletop fridge. Again, you have a small compartment, a freezer inside. You know those very small ones you put on your table. And she was storing her Novo product, her Novomix inside. By the time she wanted to use it, white stuff, it had frozen and was now spilling out of the pen. And she was accusing us of selling a bad product to her. So I took the data logger, put it in, and saw that it was at negative temperatures. Again, these combined things don't work even for your patients, if you can advise them, since they've opened it, they can keep it on their bedside and use for 30 days and, they'll be fine. And so I had to tell her that it was not my fault, but your fridge is at negative temperatures as you speak and your vaccines have frozen or your insulin has frozen. So kindly buy a normal fridge and keep in a separate compartment. So please, that's why I've put a picture of the, I beg your pardon, of the fridges. It's not going back. It's frozen. Oh my God. We might have to throw this away. I'm sorry, it's not moving. Should I hold on? So that's why we prefer to use the domestic fridges that have a separate compartment. If you want to start with domestic fridges, kindly use the one that the freezer is separate from the fridge. So, take it back again. One more. Yes. So this is strongly discouraged, and the other one I spoke about is better. That's the separate one. In general, it should be ensured that the cooling capacity of your temperature control storage can handle peak stock level of your TTSPs. The cooling may be mechanical refrigeration or gel packs or dry ice. So we'll talk about active and passive cold chain transportation equipment. And there's also active and passive cold chain storage equipment. But I did not bother to look at that because most of us will be doing active cold chain storage as we speak. All right, so when you are calibrating, and I make this reference because when you're calibrating or validating your refrigerators, you need to ensure that you understand the way the temperature behaves when it is full and when it is half filled and when it is maybe 25% filled. Because the volume that you keep in it also determines the kind of temperature gradients you will have over time. Do you understand? The lesser the volume, the more cool it will be. When it comes to physics, I'm not too good with the physics, but my physics people in the house can understand what I'm saying, right? Also, when you are packing vaccines, you need to calibrate and understand what will happen if you have a cooler box and you decide to use 6 ice packs to transport from here to Abuja, and you fill it to the core and you do your temperature mapping and it's fine. What happens if you put only half? I have had to do this kind of calibrations over time, and I find that the lesser vaccines you have in a space, the lesser ice packs you need. This is critical. I'll give you an example. People are traveling at sending vaccines to Abuja. It's a 6 hour, maybe 6 hour end to end or 12 hour, depending on the flight. You've done your calibration for that process, and we'll speak about it. And somebody says, this vaccine, it may not reach Gombe. Maybe it's going to Gombe. It may not reach Gombe for another 72 hours. Please pack it well. Have you heard, I don't know if I've heard people say, pack it well. What do they mean by pack it well? Put extra ice packs. If you put extra ice packs in the same space that 6 cool packs are enough for, I tell you, those vaccines are going to freeze. Sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I'm actually passionate about this topic and I get into Yoruba sometimes. My apologies. So you need to calibrate your equipment and understand how many ice packs you will need for your transportation boxes when it comes to passive transportation equipment, that is. We'll talk a little bit about that, but I just thought to mention, please do not, because you want to take a longer journey, pack your chamber or your transportation chamber with more ice packs. You most likely will freeze those vaccines. And I will tell you the effect of freezing vaccines as we go along. I have mentioned freezing because it's a critical issue in cold chain management. All right, so you must ensure that your cold chain storage equipment, whatever it is, can maintain set point between 2 to 8 degrees. When they come to install my cold rooms, I tell them I don't want it to go below 3 and I don't want it to go above 7. So that if I have room, in between to make any intervention I need to make, if anything, wants to go wrong. It's all right to say 2 to 8 degrees, but sometimes if you set your lower range to 2, I've noticed there could be a bit of variation sometimes, depending on the weather. because there is what you call winter calibration and summer calibration. I will try and discuss that as we go along. So please ensure that your set points can be maintained. Make sure that your equipment is calibrated. Make sure that you have alarm systems, right, that can send alarms to you if a temperature excursion occurs. Ensure that you have adequate locks and access and controls. Yes, if you can have an auto dial or SMS alert for out-of-hour operations, it helps for cold chain management. Why? It will prevent a major loss financially in the event that you had an excursion when you were not around, and it is of a nature that you cannot retrieve or reuse those vaccines that you stored. Now, let me take a look. Let me delve a little bit into this. I'm sorry, am I too fast? Okay. All right. So what are some do's and don'ts of vaccine storage? I've had the privilege of taking this training for nurses and some healthcare practitioners, and I try to go into this a little bit. Please, when you are storing vaccines or insulins, use a dedicated fridge for cold chain products. Do not mix with other products or with food or with water or with drinks. It's a no-no. If you're going to be audited and they find Coke in your fridge for vaccines, or you have a lab beside your pharmacy and decide to store, because it should be 2 to 8, and decide to store lab reagents in the same fridge as your vaccines, it's a big no-no, and you will fail an audit if they do meet. I'm sure this is common knowledge anyway. Use a dedicated vaccine fridge. Safeguard electricity supply. Now, they say that your vaccine fridge should not be more than 50% full. So this is the ideal. But I do know that that ideal may not work for everybody. However, the critical thing to note is that your vaccines must never touch the side or the back of the fridge. And I give you another story. I put Stamaril in my vaccine fridge in International SOS. I went for the weekend. All these things happen at weekend. Weekend matters, eh? So I came back on Monday, and the whole back of the fridge had frozen. And that's why it's critical to use frost-free fridges. Don't just buy any fridge. Make sure it's a frost-free fridge. If you're going to buy a domestic fridge, make sure it's frost-free. The whole of the back had frozen, and all my Stamaril was gummed. Abi had stuck to the ice. I've thrown away vaccines in my lifetime, right? We defrosted the fridge and brought it out, and the doctor said it can't be used. It can be used. And I will explain why again. I'm so sorry. I've gone to freezing again. Please do not allow your vaccines to touch the side or the back. If you can, place your vaccines according to categories. Please do not use, if you can see, this fridge does not have any compartment in the door. Never store vaccines in the door of the fridge. Why? Because on opening, there is a higher tendency that it will visit higher temperature ranges than the temperature range within the fridge. So please, that's why if you buy a vaccine fridge, you most likely will not have a compartment like domestic fridges at the door. You do not store at the door. You do not store at the very top. Try not to store too much at the compartment at the bottom. I'll give you best practice, and I trust you to adapt it to how you can. Ensure you have backup facilities available and defrost or calibrate your fridges regularly. Now, I talk about defrosting. In my experience, every time I invited people to service my fridge, I noticed that it became worse off than before. I don't know if you've ever had that experience, but we advise to do. What do they call it? Onye, what do they call that thing? We call the electrician to come and do it. No. Servicing. Is it servicing? We service the fridges, yes. When I call them to service the fridges, I just noticed that the fridges perform at less capacity than before they came. So I decided to lay them off and just defrost my fridge. That is, you evacuate, clean. If you are using a fridge that has frosting capabilities, that is. But SOP, standard-wise, you should carry out a defrosting of your fridge periodically. That's why this point is there. And then those are the don'ts. I will leave that aside. Okay. Please ensure that your fridges are calibrated and validated. We'll talk about that later. So let's delve a little bit into cold chain delivery. I'm sorry, my goodness. Transportation equipment. That was a bad error. Passive cold chain equipment for distribution. You have passive cold boxes, styrofoam boxes, cooler boxes, gel packs, packing material. When you are this, I'm sure you are familiar with quite a lot of these what do I call it, equipment. Some of us use cooler boxes if we're taking a lot of vaccines. If it is a small delivery, ice packs. Somebody said they need vaccine carriers. You have gel packs. You have the blue gel packs and the water gel packs. I personally prefer the blue gel packs because they retain cold chain better, and they are better in managing the cold chain experience throughout the journey of the vaccines. These are freeze-free vaccine carriers for those people who do immunizations. It's critical to ensure that during transportation, your vaccines are never in contact with the ice packs. And that's why I spoke about insulating material here. Yes, packing material or insulating material. It's critical to ensure that when you're packing vaccines for transportation, and I will show a slide on how to pack vaccines. Yes, let's go here straight up. Now, when you are packing vaccines for transportation, no matter the bag or whatever you are using, at the bottom you have your frozen ice packs. Then you should have conditioned insulating material. This could be cardboard or water gel packs that have been brought to 2 to 8 degrees. You can keep them in the fridge. But please make sure that when you are transporting, never allow the vaccine to sit directly on top of an ice pack, either the insulin or the vaccine. Why? Your gel pack that you bring out of the freezer, it's at minus 20 degrees. Your vaccine that was in the fridge was at 2 to 8 degrees. You put it directly on the gel packs. Your gel will feed your vaccine, and I've done this simulation. In fact, we did one recently. It will feed your vaccines with negative temperatures. There is no way your vaccine will go to between minus 3 to minus 5 for a few hours. And then until a gradient of normalcy is achieved, it will be at that negative temperature for quite a while before it gets to 2 degrees, because there is a gradient that needs to be maintained over time. So it will eventually get to 2 degrees, but it would have stayed at negative temperatures for either an hour, sometimes 2 hours, depending on how frozen the ice packs were. So when I came into vaccine, GSK says, before you pack your vaccines, bring out your gel packs, allow them to thaw a little bit or put them under water, so that they even advise that it's moving a bit. Don't let it be too frozen, right? So that minus 20 is not escaping to your vaccines. However, if you don't have that time, and some people don't, please ensure that you have conditioned insulating material, a layer between the vaccine and the ice packs for whatever you're transporting, especially when it's only 1 or 2 that you're putting. Because like I said, the lesser the volume, the more negative, or how will I put it, the more exposure to negative temperature. So I'm sure that our visualization of this has helped. It can be paper, it can be cardboard, you can use newspaper, to pack. I would have shown us a way, maybe I'll share that on the platform, how to best pack. It's a very, very serious process for some people. But please take note of this. Now let's talk about temperature monitoring devices. Every person that wants to do cold chain should make investments on temperature monitoring devices, and because they are essential to the distribution and storage practice. Let me talk about a few of them. You have vaccine vial monitors, vaccine cold chain monitoring cards, minimum, maximum thermometers, freeze indicators, and digital temperature monitoring devices. I'll just run through this. Okay. Sir, am I in time? Am I within time? Okay, all right. Let's talk about vaccine vial monitors. I'm sure we've seen these before. Is anybody familiar with this? Okay, right. So if you are keeping any vaccine that has a VVM on it, the first 2 colors tell you that if the expiry date has not been passed, you can use the vaccine. But if the square inside is darker or almost same color as the color outside, it tells you that you must not use the vaccine. You can inform your supervisor, but usually you might have to discard such a vaccine. These are vaccine cold chain monitoring cards. We used this way back then. What is interesting about these cards is that it tells you how long there could have been an exposure in an upward direction, that is above 8 degrees, during the transportation of the vaccines. So if A is exposed, it means that the vaccine was exposed to 12 degrees, was at a temperature of 12 degrees for about 3 days. If A and B are exposed, it was exposed to 12 degrees for about 8 days, and so on. Or it was exposed to a temperature of 21 degrees for 2 days, 6 days, and so on. And so they are critical in helping us understand what to do with those vaccines. And they will say, if oral polio has been exposed to the A region, use it within 3 months. If MMR has been exposed to AB, you must use within 3 months. So this was a guideline for us back then. However, with audits and with progressions in monitoring of vaccines, we have been asked to downplay this and use other devices. I'll skip this. I'm sure too many people are not using this type. I'll go straight to digital temperature monitoring devices. These are the way to go for monitoring of cold chain products, that is for storage and transportation, as the case may be. What are the attributes of a good digital monitoring device? One, it should have an active display. So there is something at the side. Can you help me remove that? There's an X there. It should have an active display. It should have an active display to provide continuous monitoring information. It may be digital. It could have a probe. So there are some of them that are not. So there are some of these TMDs you can put in your fridge and view, but there are some you can put outside of your fridge and has a probe that you put inside your fridge or your cold room. So you don't have to walk into your cold room to check the temperature, and you can see at a go what is going on. And so this. It's better to have one with a probe. It should have an alarm for out of range temperatures. Now, if you see at the top, I wish this had a light. If you see at the top, there's a tick at the top of this log tag. If there had been an excursion, say for instance, they took the power and after like an hour or 1.5 hours, temperatures went above 8 degrees, there will be an X that will show, depending on what you program the log tag to tell you. So if you come back after a few hours and see an X, you will know that there has been an excursion. That tells you. And those are the alarms, out of range alarms that can be set to tell you that in the process of storage over the past 24 hours or 48 hours, there was an excursion, even if right now it is at normal temperature ranges. All right? That's the benefit of using something like this. I beg your pardon. I have moved ahead of myself. All right. It should have a low battery indicator. It should be able to indicate current minimum and maximum temperature. So you can see 7.0 there. That's the current temperature as of the time it was being used. Then 4.9 is the minimum temperature that it attained in the period within which it has been logging data. And then 7 is the maximum it has achieved. So that's the minimum and maximum temperature ranges that that storage period has visited. And then what else? Sorry, I'm moving ahead of myself. Yes, it should be able to monitor continuously and record maybe twice a day in case it's if temperatures should be monitored continuously and recorded twice a day. Please, your logging interval should be at least 30 minutes. I use 5 to 10 minutes because it's critical for me if I have to make any reports on any deviations that I've had. You know, they want to see the details very well. You know, but if you can use 30 minutes, 15 minutes, the number of logins you take also determines how long it will log data for before it goes off. So these data loggers can log temperatures for a month depending on the limits, on the intervals that you set. All right, let me move on. If you do not have an active digital monitoring device, then whatever you are using to monitor the device, to monitor your fridge, you have it is procedurally, it is an important procedure and process to ensure that you chart your temperatures twice a day. So that's why I said it is important to have dedicated personnel for cold chain. Somebody needs to log in and say in the morning it was at 3 degrees, in the afternoon it was at 7 degrees, and you plot your graph over the month. However, the digital monitoring devices help you to exclude that kind of hassle by doing it for you digitally. So you only need to download. This was my temperature reading from the 13th till the 4th of July when I downloaded to send to my upper companies. Yeah. So between 4.3 to 6.7 is what we had over those 2 or 3 weeks thereabouts. All right. Is it understood so far? Too fast? Is it okay? Okay. Let's talk a little bit about qualification, validation, and calibration of cold chain storage and distribution and temperature monitoring devices. What is qualification? Basically, temperature qualification is carried out on assets or equipment used to store medicines and vaccines. Temperature qualification is applicable for cold rooms, fridges, and we require it to certify that is good for storing medicines between 2 to 8 degrees under all operational conditions within the cold room or storage equipment. I've been opportune to carry out qualification for my cold room, I think once or twice. Now, what they do is to put data loggers in different corners in the 4 corners and in different areas. What they're going to look out for is how does your cold room behave when it is very 100% full, 80% full, 50%, and when it is empty. So they start from empty, then you fill it, then you remove some stock. And they need to do this so that they carry out an evaluation on how good your cold chain is in that room, given the varied operational variances you will have in the process of using your cold room or your fridge. There's an open door test they will also do. When they open the door, how long does your refrigerator maintain 2 to 8 degrees? And all of these are critical because if you're going to submit temperature readings to somebody because you are marketing their products or distributing their products, they also want to ensure that the cold room is fit for purpose. And so you have companies that do temperature mapping and that do qualification. This involves temperature mapping study. It can be done in the winter. It should be done winter and summer. And so I've had to also buy cold boxes. I think I bought them from, they brought it in from Israel. And they will bring you the calibration report. There's some they do during the summer and during the winter. Why do they do this? There are different variations in temperatures depending on seasons. And so you need to be sure that what you're using is fit for purpose across the seasons that you'll be using them. In Nigeria, we are lucky that we have seasons that are rather similar, so you can do it as you wish. But for you to be in good standing in best practice, the best practice is to try and do for rainy season and for warm season, like dry season. And so you try and make that distinction. Involves design qualification. Is the design of the cold room or fridge adequate for storage, performance qualification, and operation qualification? Now, there are guys that do this. The technicalities are a little deep, so I'll just leave it at that. All I know is that I pay somebody and they get it done. Validation. Validation is done for your methods and processes. So, qualification is done for your equipment and your assets. Validation is done for your method. And this speaks to temperature validation of the delivery process for vaccines, validation of a software for monitoring, validation of packing method inside a cold room. So this is about certifying that a set of processes, when exposed to different environments, passes some how will I put it now? Some set target points to ensure that the cold chain is maintained during the process that it is exposed to. I'll explain a little bit on that shortly. Temperature mapping. This analyzes the distribution of temperature and humidity. This test is across the temperature-controlled environment, and there are protocols that are applied to execute the thermal mapping or temperature mapping. And seasonality and other environmental and operational considerations need to be looked at. What needs to be mapped? Your chillers, your freezers, your cold rooms, your warehouse, even the warehouse that you are using for storage of pharmaceuticals need to have temperature mapping done, right? And then it should be, of course, there is the relative humidity requirement as well, but whoever you hire will give you his protocol, give you the standards, and tell you what you need to look out for and what he is going to be testing for. So that when you pay him and he tells you your warehouse is not fit for purpose, you will not deny him of his full money, because you've paid him to give you a report, and he will tell you what you need to do to bring it up to speed, to standard. Your refrigerators, your freezers, all of these things that you'll be using for pharma products, even vans and reefer trucks, should be thermally mapped to ensure that throughout the process of transportation or storage, right, it will maintain 2 to 8 degrees. And one of the reasons why you do this is because within my cold room, I have a place they call a cold spot. That's the place that visits the lowest temperature, no matter so if every other place is at 5 degrees, that place will be at 4. If every other place is at 3 degrees, that place might be at 2.5. So the thing is, you need to understand what vaccines you can place there. Vaccines that are quick to freeze, you might want to avoid keeping there, or keep nothing there, as it were. After they've done, they will tell you and advise you adequately. All right, calibration is the activity of checking by comparison with a standard or reference the accuracy of a measuring device. You need to calibrate your temperature monitoring devices because it is the standard. And so if you suspect the equipment measurements are not accurate or reliable, are you talking to me? Okay. So please ensure that whatever device you are using for monitoring temperature is calibrated periodically. I want to move along a little fast. Yes, I was talking about temperature validation of delivery process. So please, if you are going to be delivering vaccines or coaching anywhere, it might be of help to the customer and to you, and speak to your processes that you have validated your distribution cycle. What they'll be doing is a complete testing process from the moment of packing from the cold room or fridge through when it moves in your warehouse, loading onto the van and onto the person that will use it. You need to validate the entire process to ensure that cold chain will be maintained from point A to B. You need to know how many ice packs you need for the cooler bag or the cooler box. All of this will be done during a temperature validation. So whatever equipment you are using for transportation, you can hire somebody to do it, or you can read and at least do a preliminary one yourself to ensure that you're transporting vaccines and insulins in optimum temperature ranges. It's very important, please. Like I said, it could be my mother, it could be anybody that will use the vaccines at the end of the day. What's next? People. So we've talked about equipment, we've talked about processes. Now, people. It's important to hire qualified personnel to manage the cold chain operations. And when you do hire these people, please ensure that they are trained, retrained, and trained again and again from commencement of their duties through the lifetime of when they will be in your organization. Maintaining the cold chain. I would just want to take a brief look at the insulin molecule. You can see it's a bit complex. It's denatured by various things, like it's sensitive to light, extreme temperature, and other things. This is a vaccine molecule, and I will just go through. I'm showing you this because any variation in the temperature range, either upward or downward, will affect the molecular structure of your vaccine or insulin. And I'll speak to that shortly. I'll talk about temperature excursions shortly. But before I do that, I had a slide. I said, effect of not maintaining the cold chain. All vaccines are sensitive to extreme heat or extreme cold and require proper storage and management to avoid any loss. Most vaccines are considered to be damaged at 0 degrees. The vaccine loss, the loss of vaccine effectiveness due to exposure to adverse conditions is cumulative, it is permanent, and it is irreversible. I repeat, the loss of vaccine effectiveness due to exposures to adverse conditions is cumulative, permanent, and irreversible. You cannot awaken the viability of a denatured product by reestablishing proper conditions, storage conditions. I explain. I had a lady who received vaccines from DHL in my hospital, and she felt the vaccines did not come in good cold chain. Guess what she did? She carried it and put it in the freezer. Why? She wanted to bring it up to speed in terms of this incidentally was a nurse. So she came the morning, DHL supplied us. It was not in good cold chain, blah, blah, blah. She was going on and on. I said, okay, so where's the vaccine? I put it in the freezer. I like, really? Why? Because it was too hot. I wanted to make it cold. Unfortunately, we had to throw away that batch of vaccines. She was clueless. She was a nurse, but she was clueless. She thought she was helping me to, restore the coolness of the vaccine, right? And it, of course, there and then I told her, no, that's the wrong thing to do. Next time, even if you feel it's not a proper, temperature, put it in the fridge. You never put vaccines in the freezer. All right. So I said it's cumulative, permanent, and irreversible. Why? Because frozen vaccines may not appear visually impaired when you see them, but at the molecular level, some things have gone wrong. And so failure to adhere to cold chain requirements may reduce the potency and result in lack of protection against vaccine-preventable diseases. What are temperature excursions? Because this is exactly what we're talking about. It can occur anywhere within the supply chain, from origin to transport, warehouse, and at the clinics or retail outlets. A temperature excursion, as described by WHO, occurs when a TTSP, when a time-sensitive pharmaceutical product is exposed to temperatures outside the range prescribed for storage and transportation. All right? Such compromise on products leads to undesired effect and reduced efficacy and could result in adverse reactions to the patient's health. This is what you can describe as a temperature excursion. What typically happens is that the temperature monitoring device is set to 2 to 8 degrees. Once it goes above the range, there is a line. You can see the red line that shows that there was a breach in the temperature storage of the product. It could either be upward or downward, as seen here. So I was trying to do a simulation on some expired products, by the way. This is it going below. That's an excursion in the blue range. And going above, that's an excursion in the red range. The range that is required is 2 to 8 degrees, and that's what you see in green. So when you do your data logger readings and you find temperatures below 3 or above 8, you definitely know that there's a problem. You need to now you need to put such products in quarantine, or you place them on hold. You will not use them until you're able to understand what exactly happened. But we pray that we don't have this kind of situations. They're terrible to manage, actually, or to deal with. What are the effects of freeze damage to adsorbed vaccines? I spoke a lot about freezing of vaccines. Frozen vaccines may not, like I said, appear to have a change. But observation of non-frozen and frozen vaccine samples under phase microscopy shows this. Non-frozen samples show a fine grain structure under phase contrast microscopy, but freeze-damaged samples show large conglomerates of massed precipitates with amorphous crystalline solid and needle-like structures. What happens is when you administer a frozen vaccine, you will have a local reaction. Sometimes it's swollen, sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's redness. It's very uncomfortable. I don't know, why, but there will definitely be a local reaction. There's something that goes on. What I wanted to say was it would be very unfortunate to allow somebody to pay for a vaccine, go through the rigors of having a reaction, and not get the benefit of actually using that vaccine. Hence the need to ensure that the quality of the vaccine is maintained from the time you receive it to the time you sell it. I'm sure you'll agree with me that that's a valid point to keep in mind. All right. So this is what it looks like. I'm sorry it's not too big. But vaccines stored between two, you can see there's a fine molecular structure. The one that is exposed to negative temperature, you can see the way it looks. Definitely there will be some reaction when you put it into the body. So that's why frozen vaccines should never be administered. Quarantine them, throw them away. The truth of the matter is you throw them away. In my experience, I must have thrown away vaccines quite a number of times, and they're not cheap. But because we have a conscience, we ensure that, we don't release them into circulation for reasons that I have stated. All right. That's This is sensitivity. Let me leave this. Challenges. We discussed this earlier. I hope I've been able to speak to this. This is the end of the presentation. Mr. I hope we'll be able to speak to all of these and address the challenges that are, inherent within our system, and hope that with all of the points or the things we've discussed, we can address these and improve our processes and continue to improve them. Very importantly, the heart of cold chain is quality. Please ensure that you have a quality management system in place that talks to all your SOPs of operations and standards that you will be employing for cold chain management within your organization. The quality system is the responsibility of the organization's management, of whom I know are sitting here, and requires that leadership have active participation and should be supported by staff. In a nutshell, I'll just say that the supply chain for temperature-sensitive products is critical in ensuring quality and integrity and should be safeguarded at all levels in the chain, from manufacturer through to the last mile. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. This is indeed a what you get in LBS. She is one of us, and I'm happy that we are using today handsome resource persons to talk to us, not theory. The two deliveries we have had today. I will try as much as possible to have a rundown of what she said. Unfortunately, she was very fast. She put her voice on autopilot. And those of us that are slow acetylators could not catch up. And to add salt to injury, when she said, "Am I fast?" a lot of people echoed, "You are not." So, and the yes have it. So I couldn't say anything again. It reminded me of when Asene here, the former MD of Asene, at the customers forum, after speaking, they said, "Any question?" Somebody stood up and said, "Let us tell ourselves the truth." Most of us did not understand or hear what he was saying because he was an Oyibo man. He now turned to somebody and said, "Did you hear what he said?" So I will try as much as possible to go through some of the things he said. The topic is GDP challenges in cold chain logistics, handling vaccines and biological products. He gave us the outline of his presentation, the challenges in supply chain logistics of cold chain management, good storage and distribution practice for cold chain, the terminologies or temperature incorporated in cold chain management, the devices, quality management in GDP of cold chain, then good distribution practice according to NAFDAC, our regulator. According to NAFDAC. You might have your own definitions, but they know what they want when they come. So these are the things. He now took us through principles, the general principles of GDP, applicable to, especially to both pharma products and generally cold chain. Then he took us through a lot of definitions, the temperature and temperature-sensitive pharmaceutical products and time-bound degradable products. These are products that, let me take you down. Some of us take, what's the name of this either oboku fish for point and kill, or what's the name of this most popular fish? It's beautiful. And the people who do point and kill, they normally get them out from the listen and put in the, because they cannot carry the water because it's heavy. They tend to put those fish in the sack and take to their location. It's time bound. Fadek, am I communicating? So I'm trying to digest what he's trying to say. So it's time bound that if you don't take it to the location to now put it in your own pond or butter, so to say, that fish is bound to die. And by the time the customer comes to point the one you are going to do, it's got at the back is already up for you. So that is it. Discover that sometimes some of our samples are being taken abroad, mainly to South Africa, for when you take biopsy to take down. It's time bound. That storage will now come, the devices you use, they all come to play. So these are the things that we need to look at. He talked about temperature-sensitive products that need to be stored at a particular temperature. That is where you and I come in. The vaccines and the insulins that we are storing in our facilities. Okay? By the time we finish, you discover that we have not started. Okay? So she took us around the challenges about inadequate standardization that need to be done to those equipments. He talked about the equipment and device. The equipment you are using, he said that the fridge we use, many a time, and most time because of our performance with these companies, they give us fridges. Many a time we say, we don't need to buy fridge again now, this is it, and we use it. She has told us that compartmentalized fridges, the one with one door, is not advisable. With 2 doors, fine. He already told us the way we need to use that fridge for what it is meant for. Ignorance is not an excuse. It happened in my facility. Our cold section happened to be next to our staff room, my staff area. And one day I went to it and I saw Coca-Cola inside the fridge. And I asked, who put this in here? He said, that the fridge we have in Addison got filled. So I decided to put, I said, never you try it again. It's ignorance. And it has not happened again. So it comes to training, retraining, and retraining. He talked about the way you need to pack your those content in the fridge. They should not touch the size of the fridge. And try and do the ratio of the volume, the void, and the item concerned. And said that you should not buy the fridges that are not frost-free because they tend to clog and try to freeze the vaccines. There are a lot of challenges because of our speed, but the major thing is that we need to have that inadequate adherence to standards for GTP and limitations in training manpower. You need to train them. That's why, fortunately, I have the staff that is in charge of cold chain and devices monitoring here to hope he's taking notes. Inadequate and quality or validated equipment to manage the storage and distribution or supply chain products is key. You need to try as much as possible to validate those equipments for optimal use. That any break in supply in a cold chain due to improper handling during storage and transportation makes that product not valid. We might not be able to see the damage with our physical eyes. She tried to bring up those small houses that are linked. You saw it there as the chemical structure. When reminded me in my university years in the GS, General Studies, the people that are in arts faculty do science, and those of us that are in science do arts. So they came out from exam, and one of the candidates asked, please, did you see those small houses? The one that are together and the one that are separate? He was talking about benzene rings, the saturated and non-saturated benzene rings. So she's tried to give us those structures that refresh our memory. And what he's saying that the nurturing of those structures makes those drugs to the damage. You might not notice it because they are still clear as anything. And anytime you freeze and defreeze, those linkages are broken. They are as good as nothing because they are not giving the optimal use to the patient. Equally talked about passive and active vaccines. He talked about the active ones. Then the passive ones are the ones that are used. They use adjuvants to absorb them. Call them absorptive vaccines, whereby they are more or less attenuated by way of reducing their virulence. And he says that if you don't store them very well, you might equally not notice. The only time you will notice it is when you now inject them. They only act at the site. They don't go in. They are not going to give you the optimal benefit of what is being used for. He tried to also to define via WHO definition of what most of these terminologies are. It was in the WHO that defined, or UNESCO that defined, that peace is not necessarily absence of war. So that is the kind of thing he's trying to tell us. You go back and read the real definition so that when you are applying these devices in maintaining cold chain, are you actually doing the correct thing? So he started to ask us, what is then cold chain management? He said that there are those range of measures used to ensure that the temperature-sensitive products are maintained, that their temperature is maintained, is usually within a range, and that range should be plus or minus 0.5 degrees centigrade. Anything she cannot vouch, or literature cannot vouch, her practice cannot vouch anything outside this range. Okay? So he talked about the three segments in cold chain management. About personnel, the equipment, and the process. Yes, the one that caught my attention is that they are supposed to be a cold chain flow. We are talking about supply chain. And what is supply chain? Supply chain is from manufacturer to the patient. Anyone playing any role along that is a player in the chain. So from plant to patient, P2P. The issue of, he talked about the guidelines in these three bulleted points: personnel, equipment, transportation equipment, and process. She took us down on these two segments and talked about SOP, which is standard operating procedure for cold chain storage. He said there are up to 20 to 25 processes, depending on what the regulator wants. That's why you are being asked to read voraciously, across and overboard. Our lecturer will tell us at the exam, put down any stuff you want. I will come in and select what I want. So there's no limit. It's only when the regulator comes and says, these are the silent ones that are very important, then you'll be able to put them down and focus on them. On her own side, you said she has not even been able to do all those, but limited herself within the confines of what she wants, meaning that we are all still work in progress. So he talked about the equipment, that essential cold chain equipment are the cold rooms, the refrigerators, temperature monitoring devices, the solar fridge, domestic fridge, and so on. He tried to kind of, but which one are you using? You must know how those things work. I have talked to the regulators about domestication of standards. You must domesticate whatever one you want to do and make sure that you are using it rightly. She took us through calibration and validation. She talked so much on that. And he said you should try as much as possible to invest in vaccine fridges, emphasizing that frozen vaccines don't work, so that you don't give your patients wrong products. There are requirements for temperature control storage. We have taken that before, the calibration needed, and okay, he has talked about I've talked about this. Yes, he said majorly try as much as possible to buy freeze-free vaccine equipment. They are out there now, especially the ones without hangers on the door, so that you'll be able not to encourage yourself to start storing some of the, maybe many a time in the office you do some masticatories. You put your butter by the side of the fridge so that you'll be able to have those spreads and so on. So she talked about that there's one thing I took away from here. She said that she is promising to give us on the WhatsApp platform or any other time we call upon her on how to pack vaccines in her fridge for free. Okay, so we are coming to part 2 of this discussion today through her. Please clap for her. So he talked about the things we normally use, we neglect, which are the cool packs, the cooler bags, and so on. He said that we should use them, but if we are using them, we must calibrate them, because you don't vouch for the temperature from storage and temperature from one point to the other. Talked about if your facility is not digitalized, that you can use temperature monitoring cards to record and now take average or plot graph. And that is usually done twice a day. In my own facility, we do 3 times. Then you'll be able to analyze the result on monthly basis. Then you talk about, but if you are opportune and have the dough to buy digital monitors, it can help you to upload the analysis of this. Once you get a temperature logger to attach to your computer, you'll be able to analyze those things for you. So the choice is yours depending on the level of. He now talked about the different things you should look at while using those devices. The those ones are very common. It comes to our level. The use of LED devices that displays both the temperature, the reading, the humidity, the alarm, the battery range, and so on, which he tried to show us. He said, and some equipment have inbuilt counters or monitor. Some, you need to get this device and get a probe into, that you don't need to walk into your fridge or walk into a cold room for you to take those readings. So, but you must equally calibrate those because some of the size of the fridge might not have one reading. There's need for you to do that. Then look at the battery, the set range of the equipment, and the alarm, whether it is out or it must have be a preset. It's one of the things we were checked on when NAFDAC came. That device that is there, does it have alarm? And you should know when the battery indicator is running down, and so on. You should know about the low range and the high temperature, know about the maximum and minimum temperature ranges, then that the monitor is actually monitoring continuously without break, so that you won't jump a session or a period, and that talk about the number of time that is recorded, the temperature, you have talked about the chart and the need for you to plot graph and actually know because the temperature logger, once you go into your system, you'll be able to analyze those things and give you the chart. Try to describe it where we have the green range shows the correct. Some of us that are doing importation that have temperature loggers, once you come, your supplier will demand of that you need to send back the report to them because their own regulator needs it. Our own is coming. So digital monitoring enables us to do our job digitally. Talk about temperature mapping. It is key for us to know what we are doing because I discovered that the room we used last night was not temperature mapped. Where some people are chilled. So somebody, I must name names now. Madam, Pharmaceutical went to a place where the temperature was not too cold because that place was not mapped. Okay? So we discovered that it's not good for our products, so that we'll be able to take average temperature of that room and be able to place susceptible products away from, is it incursion or excursion? We are hearing names today. So I don't know whether the CPC are taking us for an excursion or an incursion. Okay? So you need to do those things so that you'll be able to move away the products that are more or less thermolabile, away from heat. Then she talked about the mapping equally has to do with the time of the day or time of or season. Something happened a few days ago. I was moving with my wife and discovered that the car was not cooling well. He said, we are going to take this car to the garage. And we went to where we are going. We stayed there for some time. As we were going back in the evening, the car was cooling so much, meaning that the temperature outside affected the temperature inside. So you need to announce from this now, we are going to map that car. so as to know how we are going to use it in summer or in winter. Okay? So, it said in temperature mapping, there are protocols needed. There are guides. You don't just do it anyhow. And you need to get a personnel that is skilled and qualified to do that. And he equally made a caveat that eventually because they normally collect money up front. If you are not satisfied, sorry, your money has gone. Because you don't see most of their services on the surface. So he said that all your equipment, the cooler, everything need to be, including the carrier bags, which I have been selling, without knowing that it need to be mapped too. Okay? So calibration of your devices need reference standards, and you should do that periodically. This is the much I could be able to from the... Okay, there are even more. He talked about we should make sure that we validate our cold chain that is maintained during storage and transportation. And we need skilled personnel. We need skilled personnel. It is key. So when we go back, we need to be able to train, because what we are doing today is to train the trainer. We'll be able to put our personnel as much as possible and be intentional to organize or send them for training, because it's part of the SOP we are being checked on. You need to train the different aspects of our processes, of our staff through those. Then talks that it took us to, say that effectiveness of damaged vaccines, cumulative, meaning that when your car stops you on the way, it was not that day that problem started. It was started some time ago, but you neglected it. And he said that eventually when the damage come, like knocking off engine, he said it is permanent and it is irreversible. Okay? So I have said it before that he said ace knows to show for face. So you discover that spoiled vaccine does not show for face by physical this thing. Then talked about effectiveness of ambition. Okay, I think I have gone through what he has said. It was indeed a very robust discussion, a good master class. Give it up for her too. So, are there any question to her? Okay. Please, 1 minute, because our glucose level is going down.
Hello. It's not. I am Ramsgate, Pharmaceuticals and one. It's not necessarily question, because I know this is a workshop, not. We are here to learn. So, contribution, so to say. But there might be 1 or 2 questions. I think there is a fridge specifically made for storing vaccines. At least I have one. Some companies dashed us. And it's written 2 to 8 degrees centigrade. Then, but I know that even the kitchen fridge we are talking about can be used. If not, what is the use of thermostat? What is the use of thermostat inside the fridge? If you open your fridge, you will see where you can set the temperature. If you set it, it cannot go. What is special about the one used in storing vaccines is that it can be off for 3 days, but it still maintains 2 to 8 degrees range of temperature. So I think there is no too much technology in that. Again, in calibration of temperature, we pharmacists are supposed to know it. We don't just contract it out. When anything you do is okay. It can't be so. Because you must know the first person that delivered the lecture said, you can't manage what you cannot measure. See, calibration is all about getting standard thermometer. What are you calibrating? You are calibrating thermometer. You want to know whether the thermometer is actually maintaining the reading. If it says it's 2 degrees centigrade, it is 2 degrees centigrade. Because in certain equipment, it can read, but it's not what is actual. So you need another standard thermometer to be able to put this side by side and say, this one is good, is it okay, this one goes. Okay, you now calibrate. It's normally done in weights if you are conversant with manufacturing or quality process. You will know that you get standard weights, not just anyone, from known company. And then you know, say, if this weighing balance is like this, is saying this, when you use that standard, is he saying, that is what is called calibration. So I think we, pharmacists, you come to heat, even the common heat we did in secondary school. If you have vacuum flask, these are carriers you're talking about. The vacuum flask, is it vacuum oriented or is it just padded like plastic ones? If it is vacuum, it's meant to retain temperature for a very long time. Whether it's heat or coldness, negative heat or positive heat. So it will retain for your time because transmission, heat transmission is not taking place. Again, you talk about frost. When you open your fridge, is how many times you open that fridge? Frost is just moisture that is descending. If you open it, it goes in as air, but condensation will happen. And you call it frost. So we need basic understanding of these things to be master and to understand the processes. You made mention of yesterday when we are in a... Even now, I've looked around where we have the temperature monitoring. You set it. It will, this temperature will come down. We do it in our rooms. Your air conditioners, you use your distance. If you set it 16 degrees, which is the minimum, and it will be very cold. If you feel so cold again, you do what? You take it up to 25 or thereabout. Thank you very much.
You know, I told you that we have resource people in this association, and he's our prof. I know when another you give a mic to a prof, he will. He's only trying to tell us that the next program, we might have to invite him to continue where we stopped. When you do budget, you now take the budget to different ministries for budget analysis. So he's asking us for budget analysis as far as this topic is concerned. Otherwise, our resource person touched on all these. When she talked about reference standard, which I summarized, that reference standard is comparing a known device with the one you brought, okay, and so on and so forth. So it wasn't actually a question, but throwing more light into what she has already told us.
Sir, can I clarify on the calibration, sir? All protocols you have observed, I do respect your school of thought. But when you're audited by international organizations, you cannot say you did your calibration yourself. You need the standards we're talking about, I was going to ask her, how do you know that the standard you have is actually a standard? So you have people who are certified to do this. In fact, there are some data loggers we have to send to the UK to be recalibrated against a certain set of standards. They have documents that they will give you to show, and the calibration, I forgot to mention, once it's calibrated, you get a calibration certificate, and it's valid for a period of time. So it is a registered or certified professional in this field that will do the calibration for you. The persons that will audit you will ask, what standards did they actually apply in calibrating your temperature monitoring devices? So when it comes to your temperature monitoring devices, you will have to get a professional or somebody certified for that purpose to do it for you. However, when it comes to the validation of your equipment or your cold room or your fridge, like I think we're trying to say, you can do that yourself. You can actually take data loggers and put in various points of the fridge. Now, you talk about the thermostat. I have used these things over and over again. So we set it to 7 and expect. In fact, I do not really like those internal thermostat, because no matter how you set it, at some point when you close your fridge for a long period of time, you will have variations. You have variations that will shock you. I've had some that I've had to report to GSK, and I was, you will use the thermostat to try to ensure you get to 2 to 8 degrees. But sometimes those fridges are not very reliable. From my experience, take it from me, they are not. And like I said, sometimes you come back and you're shocked. This is a fridge. In fact, my husband will say, it is a fridge. It's not supposed to freeze. It's not supposed to go low. What happened? But take it from me, it just happens. When it comes to the defrosting I was talking about, I meant to say that some fridges gather ice over time. Sometimes they collect ice at the back, all right? And once they do, any vaccine that is attached to that ice has frozen. You cannot use it. So these are the reasons why we advise you buy frost-free fridges that don't really collect a lot of water, and do not have the tendency to freeze when they are closed for a period of time. And I thank you for bringing up the issue or the advantage of a vaccine fridge. Yes, you're very correct. The ones we buy, or the advantage is, and for the newer developed ones, especially after COVID-19 happened, because they know that in our region there's power outage. When the power goes, yes, it does maintain your 2 to 8 degrees for a very long, they call it hold over time. Some is 24 hours, some is 48 hours, depending on the designer of the fridge. So thank you very much for your comments. Most appreciated.
What we didn't do was to give you the profile of our resource person. And he said that when somebody is cooking before you, he has more broken utensils. Okay? She is a certified 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 expert that we have in-house. And we are saying, and we are in the era of specialization. Whatever you don't know, you don't know. You might have rudimentary knowledge of them, but an expert will be able to ask you. You are being asked that whatever you don't put down does not exist. That is what SOP is all about, and GDP. So let us do the needful, inviting experts to come and educate us on areas we don't know in our facility.
Okay, standing on existing protocols, I'd like to thank my classmates. We went to the same nursery school. So I'd like to thank my classmate very much for that beautiful, scintillating lecture. My comment is not to her. It is to the association, and more to the executives of the association. One of the reasons why this association was put together is also for us to not just learn about these things, but to collectively improve our services. So I'm making a suggestion that at the next executive meeting, can we put in place a technical committee that can work on getting equipment that are essential for optimal performance in our premises in bulk, such that members can actually make purchase from the association. For example, when NAFDAC came to my premises for GDP inspection, one of the compliance directives I had was that I didn't have a temperature monitor in my refrigerator. And I felt that they were overdoing it. She's just disabused my mind. Because I was banking on the thermostat in my refrigerator. But right now, I feel like I have to go. In fact, when they said it, you know what I did? I just went on my shelf, took a thermometer, and put it in the fridge. Coincidentally, at that point in time, the temperature was okay, and we could read it, and you understand. But what if it had been closed over a long period of time? Like, maybe I was just lucky. So now it happened to me. It happened to Madam. I'm sure it will happen to a few other people because we discussed our experience. It was the same refrigerator thing. So I would think an association like PWDAN should actually get loggers, temperature and humidity monitors with alarm system. Those things are not really too expensive. But when we get very good ones, we can then make them available at our secretariat with the administrative staff. And following from that, we can begin to get vaccine fridges. Let's do the costing. Let that committee you set up give us feedback and ask for how many people are willing to buy in the next 2-3 months. And then let's work on purchasing it so that together as a body, we know our premises is doing better than colleagues that have not joined, not even to talk of my colleagues in the unofficial colleagues. You understand? But let people who have not joined begin to see that they have a lot to gain by joining this association. So please, executives, over to you. Thank you. Thanks, Fadike.
VasiFarm is an arm of JNC. And some of these equipment we are talking about, they equally sell. So, Fadeke, she is throwing the ball back to you. That you'll be able to. Some of these devices we were even got some of us equally got them from us, and so on. So it's doable. Okay?
Thank you very much. I want to sincerely appreciate the speaker for taking us through the mandatory continuing professional development. I sincerely wish that we could have been certified with at least a minimum of 2 to 5 points by Pharmacy Council. I'm so glad at what you are saying because from the perspective of the Association of Community Pharmacists, we have for now been, certified as primary healthcare centers. And we all know that the fulcrum of primary healthcare centers are preventive health. And vaccination is the key, is the core of preventive health. And so going forward, it's obviously going to be a time that community pharmacies are going to be coming, not just for even the COVID, it's even going to the routine childhood vaccines. And so I'm looking forward to a situation where community pharmacies, now that the demand for vaccines is most likely going to increase, how can we looking at, there's a saying that the quality of the cold chain quality is inversely proportional to the number of middlemen. And the lesser the middlemen, the higher the quality of cold chain. And so I'm looking at how we can sort of decentralize this to see how community pharmacies can have access to the equipment, basic equipment, because vaccine fridges are expensive, and we cannot invest in what we know will not bring returns. So how can we leverage on Vaxifarm, on PWDAN? Because we want the number of middlemen to reduce. So how can we leverage and get these equipments, especially for my members, going forward, looking at the near future? On the long run, yes, we'll have vaccine fridges, but on the short run, the short term, these equipments that we need to be able to have quality vaccines, quality biologicals that can enhance quality last mile to the public that we serve, the community we serve. Thank you.
Can I respond? Okay, so thank you very much, sir. I'm sorry I don't know your name. Thank you very much. You have tweaked my brain in a direction that I was supposed to touch on, but of course I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was rushing. But so for the community pharmacies, and yes, you're very correct. In fact, the demand for vaccines is increasing in the community pharmacy level. Now, but as I specified during the presentation, your requirement for cold chain infrastructure will be based on your sales output. What do you need for the volume of vaccines that you will be selling over a period of time? One of the things that we advise is that you do not order more than you need to sell for a month. So I would like to discourage, firstly, my colleagues in the community pharmacy from entertaining reps, I'm sorry, I'm going to go there, that come to you to tell you, buy in bulk, right? Because you need to take it cheaper or it will soon, compared to the fridge that you are using. The only equipment that should store vaccines for a very long period of time is a cold room or a vaccine refrigerator, and even that has limitations. It's a cold room. So at the level of the community pharmacy, I may not be quick to say you need to do a vaccine fridge, except if you have a big chain of pharmacies and you need to store for 10 of your stores. So you may have a central vaccine fridge, and then you can have domestic frost-free vaccine fridges that are monitored. And let me please sound this clarification. Using a digital monitoring device is the gold standard, not the ones I have mercury thermometers. You cannot tell if there was an excursion in that fridge using a mercury thermometer, or the ones that only take readings instantly, that are not logging. I explain. A normal one, a min max one, or the mercury one will tell you it is 3 degrees at 8 o'clock. 4 degrees at 6 o'clock. But it will not tell you what it was at 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, because it did not log the data. And you might have had an excursion. So I'd like to advise that everybody gets a digital monitoring device that will give you continuous logging, continuous record of the temperatures that you're having. But at the community pharmacy, that is important. And please, you don't need to store vaccines over the weekend, or at least try not to overdo it. Just buy what is enough for you Monday to Friday. Have an arrangement with a Vaxifarm or any other facility that you can return the vaccines to. You can have a kind of communicate with them or an arrangement with them. Sorry. What? Yes. And you don't want, I also need to say, my senior colleague was saying he doesn't think he wants to go into this because it is very capital intensive. Everything that happens requires money to fix, and immediate liquidity is vital. You need to have alternative sources of power. I currently have about 3 or 4. NEPA, generator, I think there are 2 in my facility, thanks to JNCI, and we have inverters. If those inverters are not working, my blood pressure goes up because anything can go wrong. You cannot have all of that. So cold chain management is capital intensive. Permit me to use, it is really capital, and you really need to set out to do it. The returns are not visible immediately. The returns take time, and the returns are small. You have to have a passion for it to do it. It's not what everybody should go into. So if you're going to do it at a small scale, you can buy the domestic fridge. Just make sure it has different compartments. Make sure you do thermal mapping. Know where to put certain vaccines. Like I said, some of them are more heat stable. Some of them are more sensitive to freezing. When you've done your thermal mapping, you know that there's. I just don't want to dwell on it too much. But vaccines like hepatitis A, hepatitis B are very prone to freezing. Cervarix, that's human papilloma virus, are very prone to freezing. To be honest, if it goes above 8 degrees for a few minutes, it's not a problem. But if it goes below 0 degrees, you might as well just throw it away because they are adjuvated onto certain aluminum precipitates and it's gone. So do what you can do what is good for your scale of operations. Don't overdo it. Have a kind of agreement with people that have vaccine fridges that you can return to if need be. I have customers who cannot store for a long time, but they've bought and they want to book down the vaccine. So they buy, we take it to them, they acknowledge receipt, and then they give it back to me to store for them, pending when they require. Or they pay ahead and leave it with me, and I dispatch to them on the day. The good thing about VaxiFarm is that we deliver every day. We have dispatch riders, we have means of, and so we can bring it to you so that you don't lose money because there was an excursion. So all of these are things that you might consider, and on an individual basis, you scale your operations to what you can accommodate and take. I hope I've been able to. Thank you.
Okay. We have, thank you so much. Just 2 more questions. We go for lunch.
Thank you very much, Fadeke, for that presentation. And I just want, shall I say, validation, so to say, the type of fridge that we use. Okay, so for us too, this was quite a challenge. For the first 3 or 4 years when we started business, we were not storing cold chain products because I worked in a company where we had cold chain. I knew all the process, the things that we had, so I couldn't bear to do anything otherwise. And initially we got this, the chillers. And just like you said, I found out that the temperature, they will say this, and I was just looking at the temperature. You know, it has this digital display. And then I had to call the company. It was Camfrost. I called them where I bought it from. They connected me with the technical group, and I was asking, is it when you press it up that it goes up, or when you press it down? And I found out that they were totally clueless. So 2 weeks after, 2 months after purchasing that, that was a big investment then for us. We had to discard it. So I was lucky I came in touch with this other type of fridge. It's 2 doors. We have the freezer compartment on one side and then the fridge so that, when you're taking the ice packs. Because even the chillers don't have ice packs. You must have ice packs now when you're moving. So we have this one, and it has a digital display. And you can actually lock it in. So we locked the temperature in. The least must be 2, and then average is 4. So most times you see it as 4. So, but from what you mentioned now, you said initially you were like, if you have the digital one, that's the gold standard. But this one, or maybe I've not been able to get around that. How do we now get the different readings across time? So does it mean that we still need to insert the login device? We still have to insert a...
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So,
so let me
aside that, do you think it's still adequate? Because I'm about to get like 2 or 3 more. So I need that clarification, or maybe we have to start shopping around for something else. Then the second question is about the insulating material. Okay, so the reason why we have been making sure that the products don't come in contact with the ice packs before was mainly because when it does, sometimes it soaks through and the pack gets messy. So, but I'm now looking at what we normally use, which is the normal polythene bags, just to make sure that it doesn't. But I don't think that's... Yeah, so would you say that this, is it, what do you call them now? These...
bubble wraps.
The bubble wraps, yes. Do you think bubble wrap will be appropriate?
Those are part of the insulating materials.
So
yes. So the video I will share, I could have done it here. It's an American video. They were just showing how they normally pack vaccines for delivery. They use bubble wraps. In fact, some people use towels, so you can adapt it to what is available to you. So bubble wraps is fine. Water gel packs is also fine. Cardboard is fine. Newspapers, crumpled newspaper is fine. Then shredded foam. There's this shredded foam. Yeah, if you can get that, is also fine to use. Okay, then you spoke about the fridge. No matter what fridge you are using, even if you have a digital display, you still need a data logger inside. Now, in my experience, a fridge could be showing you 3 degrees outside, but inside is at 2 or 1 point something, or could even be at 0. For various reasons I cannot explain. But that's because, there's a cooling system within the fridge. At certain times, after it has reached a certain level, it cuts off to recool. In the process of recooling, it can't take the fridge to temperatures that are below to your optimal levels. It's not the fault, it's just the way it is made. That's why the vaccine fridges are better. They regulate the temperature range much better than the other ones. So it is better to have a data logger in every fridge you are using for cold chain. And as much as possible, do a thermal mapping and validation before you start to use it. So put 3 at different points on the different layers. I had an experience last year where my fridge, somebody touched, that these fridges, LG fridges, you press and you can go to tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. I think somebody mistakenly touched it and it went to 0. Incidentally, I have data loggers that give me remote readings. So I get a text message or an email if there is an excursion, right? And so I got an excursion. Some layers had gone to -3, some -2, some were at 1. The same fridge, because I had 3 data loggers in it. So there were different readings in the same fridge. So these things also happen. So the ones, of course, that were at -3, we had to discard and all of that. So it's important to have a temperature monitoring device, a digital temperature monitoring device, and I'm specific about that, in your fridge so that you can see the journey of the temperature. You can have a good picture of how the temperatures fared over a period of time.
Thank you. We can go on and on and on and on and on because the cold chain management lecture will take a whole day and more. I want to thank you once again for the in-depth analysis you have given to this topic. And I do know that it's a continuous exercise that we need to train ourselves on this. The take-home is that whenever you wake up becomes your morning. And some of us that come with our spouses, the level of hand you have, you'll be able to place on the other. So it doesn't matter where you have, but make sure that if it's a specialized area that is needed in our SOP, what is the level of your dealing with cold chain products? That is one. That's where this comes in. Like she said, is cost consuming. You don't need to build capacity when you don't have the need for it. Yeah. I personally buy my vaccines from them as per when needed. For some. For insulin, we have where we come because I'm still going to meet up with her in some of those areas. So if you have issues on that, there's need for you to upgrade your practice in that direction. But having said that, there are rudimental things you need to have in your facility, which she was trying to put across. Okay, no matter how your facility is, you need those basic things to meet up with the SOP needed in the GDP certification. And I want to once again thank you for your efforts. We want to use just 5 minutes to introduce a topic that we are going to meet tomorrow, GS1, on traceability. We have talked about it in our meetings. is another area that we are going to use in syncing whatever she has said and whatever the fintech company has said. Is one of the tools that will help us in our processes. That when you get it right, a lot of things will fall in place. So I want to invite a representative of GS1 to talk to us for 5 minutes before we go for lunch.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julius Adedoyin from GS1 Nigeria, all protocol duly observed. GS1 is a standard organization. We deal with standard, and our standard varies from identify, capture, and share. GS1 is a global organization. As we have GS1 Nigeria, so we have GS1 Ghana, GS1 South Africa, GS1 Holland, GS1 Singapore, across the world in over 116 countries. So what we are developing here in Nigeria is the same thing we are also developing across the world. So the standard we are using in Nigeria, as a manufacturer, for example, you don't need to comply to their regulations there, because the moment you can comply to what you are using here in Nigeria, you've been able to comply with other standards across the world. We are user-driven and user-driven. We are inclusive and collaborative in the sense that we don't just develop our standards on our own. We listen to the stakeholders that need these standards. What are their challenges? We work on that, and from there, we develop the standard and we give it to them. So moving forward, we focus more on healthcare, particularly. There are other industries that we work on, but currently now, we work on healthcare, particularly in Nigeria. And our vision is that we want patient safety, supply chain security and efficiency, traceability, and product data. These are what we want to achieve with healthcare. And we've been able to demonstrate this with the COVID-19 pilot, as we pilot the process of COVID-19 vaccines from the port of entry down to the primary healthcare facilities. And we have the results on our NAFDAC website and even on our website. And this serves as a proof of concept that traceability can only not work in abroad, but it can also work in Nigeria. So moving forward, these are just our set of standards, which we have the identify standard, the capture standard, and also the share standard. So the identify standard is more like an identification key that identify your product. So those identification keys are being captured into what we call barcode. So when anybody scans those barcodes, the information you've embedded into the barcode will be revealed to the person. So I can just walk to a retail pharmacy, I scan that barcode, it gives me the information about the product, and I can also see the journey, how it has moved from the point of manufacture and how it got to the retail pharmacy where it's about to be dispensed. Now, moving forward, healthcare supply chains need global standard. It needs global standard because if we can get it right at the point of manufacture, definitely as it's moving from one place to another, we'll have the visibility, because traceability is going to give you the visibility that you need as this product are moving. Take, for example, after producing a particular product like paracetamol, and I encode it with my identification keys and the barcode is there. So if I scan from my own manufacturing point and I ship it down to my major distributor will also capture that thing that it has been received. So in my database, I can see that I shipped 50 packs from my end, and also my major distributor got that 50 pack. My major distributor will also needs to ship it to maybe wholesalers. When he or she is moving it also, I will also be seeing how those products are moving as he or she is shipping it from one location to another, so that I'll be able to have the visibility where my products are. Because what we have in Nigeria as of today is that most manufacturers only assume their products are selling, but they do not have the actual data. The moment it moves from their factory to the next distributor, they expect that their major distributor is going to call in for another order in the next 2 or 3 months. And they assume that those products are doing very well in the market. But there are no actual figures for those things. But if you can implement traceability, you will know how many people are scanning your products in a day. Even if your product is not really doing well in some particular regions and is doing well in some regions, that will give you the statistical overview of what you need to do in regions where your products are not being scanned and where your products are being scanned more. So that is why we need standard across the traceability. When it comes to traceability, it is with tracking forward and also tracing backward, which I don't want to spend much time on that. This is traceability in Nigeria. When we implemented this, we started with COVID-19 vaccines, and it started with what? At the port of entry in Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, which was captured, and it got to the central warehouse, that is National Strategic Cold Store in Abuja. So from there, it was distributed to state warehouses, local government warehouses, down to healthcare facilities and the recipient. So we were able to capture all the COVID-19 vaccines that came into Nigeria. We make sure that there are traceability features on them such that we can scan them and record the event. And we capture everything. And because we are able to get this to a successful stage, now NAFDAC has moved from just not only the COVID-19 vaccines now they are also tracking and tracing routine immunization vaccines across the world. And the next one we are also trying to do now is that we are introducing it to private sectors also that wants to join. And a couple of people who are seated here today, we've been able to engage them that we are going to be doing a private sector pilot in the industry. So moving away from that, this is the results about the COVID-19 vaccines, which if you check out this link, it will tell you how we've been able to do the track and trace in Nigeria. So from there, how do we track and trace products? We only just need some specific things, which are the product identifier, which is the 𝐃𝐚𝐿, the serial number, the expiry date, and batch or lot number. So if you have these 4 features on a product pack like this, you can trace any product anywhere those products are, as long as they have these 4 features. Ordinarily, manufacturer is going to determine the 𝐃𝐚𝐿, manufacturer will determine the expiry date, manufacturer will determine the batch or lot number. But that serial number will uniquely identify. So if you have 1 million secondary packs, for example, you are going to be having 1 million serial numbers. So as you are distributing to NAC, for example, you also distribute to Arsenal or you distribute to Nemit and the likes. You'll be able to know specifics secondary packs that move to this particular pharmacy and to this other particular pharmacy also. So with this, it will enable us to know what exactly is going through our supply chain if you can develop GS1 standard. And these are the barcodes that we'll be making use of when you want to implement traceability. Traceability gives us the overview of the what, the when, the where, and the why. What simply means, what object are we talking about? Is it paracetamol? Is it vitamin C? Or is it an antibiotics product? We'll know when did the event take place, the time when you are shipping, the time when you are receiving. Where did it take place? It's taking place at my factory and it's moving to my next downline. You also know the location. If it's moving from that location again, you will know where it's going also. And why is it taking place? It's taking place because of business reason. I want to manufacture because I want to sell to my downlines. The wholesalers also get it because he or she wants to make money and also sell it to other downlines also. So with this is just a summary of what traceability can do for us. It gives us the visibility. You can also capture the events as they are moving from one location to another, and it helps you to manage your inventory, provided you deploy GS1 standard with traceability. So these are just a summary, and these are the key websites you can just follow for you to have overview of how GS1 standard have been deployed in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, GS1. This is actually the future, according to what NAFDAC is saying. And so that's why it was introduced into this conversation. We all need to get ready for this. We were privileged to be at the product launch with the DG of NAFDAC when he was talking about this as far as product traceability is concerned. And PWDAN was actually in the middle of that conversation. I'm sure we'll be getting more updates as the project unfolds. So on that note, we have actually gradually come to the end of day 1. We said we want to have lunch 3 o'clock. We've been informed that lunch is ready and that we need to go and take lunch. But before we do so, I want to quickly make a few more announcements. This is the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, Conference 2023. Our members, our PWDAN members here, I want to say welcome once again. It's been an exciting time. I'm sure we've all learned something to add to our practices, because that is the essence of this engagement. Immediately after lunch, some of us need to check into our hotels for those that came in during the course of this morning's program. For PWDAN members, we are having dinner and entertainment at about 6-7 at the Yellow Chili restaurant this evening. So it's we've learned all work and no play. Please help me complete it now. All work and no play makes PWDAN a dull boy. So we are going to be having an evening outing later today, strictly for PWDAN members and our spouses, and I think we'll limit it to that. So please, again, yesterday when we had our AGM, some of us could not make it. We made preparations for a particular number, and we didn't. We had to look for people that will eat the food. So please let us not make the same mistake this evening. We've already made preparations for every one of us, and we want to have a good time together. We are going to have a live band entertaining us and helping us relax from all the stress of being a wholesaler and a distributor in Nigeria. So I look forward to having all of us there later this evening. But for today, lunch is served. We'll follow the same sequence we followed in the morning. For tea break, I understand that some people did not have tea break because the thing didn't go around. So I will encourage that we'll put some form of control. Let's not take what we cannot finish. Why some people have not eaten? We've made provision that is supposed to go around for every one of us. On that note, while we are going out and having our lunch, I will also encourage us. Our sponsors are out there. Let's engage, let's network. I saw some people making inquiries about warehouse shelves. We have beta computers who are able to provide softwares. We've talked about IT and innovation and all this stuff. They've got a lot of information that they can share with us. We also have our mega distributors. Arseny is there in the house. 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞 is there in the house. And then, of course, our number one sponsor for this program, and they've been our number one sponsor for all our programs, 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Pharmaceuticals. They are also there too. Let's engage them and see how we can exchange values with our sponsors. Tomorrow promises to be a very interesting program. All the people that we've invited, they've all responded. Some of them may send representative, but I think that we're going to have a very robust conversations and engagements tomorrow. The program is actually going to start for 9 o'clock. Today we said we're going to start for 9 o'clock, but we made excuses for ourselves because some of us were disrupted at night. We couldn't sleep at night because of the emergency in the hotel. And then, of course, we closed pretty late yesterday. But tomorrow we'll try as much as possible to start. You can see that the place is set, so we are not coming to meet any kind of arrangement. Everywhere is set. So when we say 9 o'clock, we'll try to keep it 9 o'clock so that we can round up this program by 3 o'clock. And we can all wrap up this conference for 2023. I want to crave our indulgence. The lunch place is just behind this door. So we'll take our turns and go and have lunch. And then we'll see again in the evening. PWDAN members, our guests, we'll see you guys tomorrow. You are not part of the evening event, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye for our guests. Thank you. All right. Can you turn this off?
Okay. Hello? Please, 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 can we all rise at once? We already have the tables set for lunch. I don't want what happened during the snacks tea time to happen. Some people left, some people didn't get something nice to do. So all the participants should move to the hall first. We're going to eat there. There are tables there. Let's finish first, then we can call the service providers and all, which is a reverse of what happened earlier. Please, let's all move at once to the other hall for lunch. Thank you.
Pharmaceutical, Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, presents the second National Conference and Exhibition 2023. Theme: Strengthening the Pharma Supply Chain, Panacea to Good Distribution Practice and Medicine Security. Under the chairmanship of pharmacist Olumide Akitayo, FPSN, former PSN President. Special guests and event panelists: Professor Moji Adeyeye, Director General, NAFDAC. Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashir Ahmed, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Pharmacist 𝐃𝐚𝐭𝐞, MD, SKG Pharma Limited. Pharmacist Bumi Olubeja, MD, Premier Pharmacy. Pharmacist 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, MD, Pharmatex Limited. Keynote speaker, Mrs. Azuka Okeke, CEO, Africa Resource Center for Excellence in Supply Chain Management. Plenary session speakers: Pharmacist Fadake Adeyemi, GM, Vasipharm Limited. Pharmacist Oladapo Lawal Shulari, Director, OPay Digital Services Limited. Chief host, Pharmacist Ernest Okafor. Date is Wednesday 5th to 6th July 2023. Venue: Marriot Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time is 9 a.m. daily. This is a hybrid event and physical attendance is strictly by invitation, while the event will be broadcast live on PharmaStream TV, YouTube channels for all the virtual attendees. Announcer, PWDAN CPC.
I'm working now, just wait. What if you continue? No, I'm